Ever noticed how the night feels different when someone is here with you? I'm Joe, and I'm happy to spend these quiet hours by your side. So turn down the lights, get cozy, and let these stories take your mind far away from whatever has been on your shoulders today. There are just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then nothing but calm stories until the sun comes up. If this becomes your favorite way to end the day, I'd love it if you subscribed and left a like. Now, let's drift off into tonight together. I've never told this whole thing to anyone, start to finish. I've told pieces of it. The version that's short enough to get through at a party. The version that makes people laugh nervously and change the subject. But I've never sat down and gone through all of it, in order exactly the way it happened. I think I've been afraid that writing it all down would make it real again. But it's been almost a year now, and it hasn't gotten any smaller in my head, so I'm going to try. This happened last fall. I'd had, without exaggeration, the worst year of my adult life. My relationship of 6 years had ended badly in the spring. My job had turned into a slow-motion nightmare of layoffs and reorganizations, and I'd spent every week wondering if I'd be next. I wasn't sleeping. I'd stopped seeing my friends. I was, to put it plainly, not doing well, and everyone around me could tell, and their concern had somehow started to feel like just one more thing I had to manage. So I decided to go somewhere alone. That was the whole plan. Just me, no people, no phone calls, no one asking how I was holding up. I'd always been the kind of person who liked solitude, who recharged by being by myself, and I convinced myself that a week of total isolation was exactly what I needed. A reset. Somewhere quiet, somewhere remote, somewhere I could just exist without being looked at. I found the place online on one of those vacation rental sites. It was a small cabin, or really more of an old house, way out at the end of a private road in a heavily forested part of the state, up near a lake that nobody I knew had ever heard of. It was cheap, because it was the very end of the season, and everything up there empties out once the leaves are down and the weather turns. The photos were beautiful. A wood-paneled house with a big stone fireplace, a wraparound porch, tall windows looking out to the trees. The listing described it as completely private and a true escape from the world. That phrase is what sold me. A true escape from the world. God, if I'd only known. The host was a man named Errol. His profile was sparse, no photo, just a gray silhouette, and a short bio that said he'd owned the property for over 20 years, and that it had been in his family before that. His messages, though, were friendly and normal, if a little formal. He confirmed my dates, gave me directions, and told me the key would be under a specific rock by the porch steps, that there was firewood stacked under the overhang, and that cell service was spotty to non-existent up there, which he framed as a feature, and which I, at the time, agreed was a feature. He said he lived just down the mountain, and that if I needed anything, there was a landline in the kitchen I could use, and he left a number. The drive-up took most of a day. It was genuinely beautiful for the first few hours. Highway, then smaller roads winding through orange and red forest. Little towns with one gas station and one diner. I had music on and the windows cracked, and for a while I felt almost lighthearted. Like I was in one of those car commercials where someone drives off toward a better life. But as I got closer, the towns thinned out and then stopped, and the mood in the car changed with them, though I couldn't have told you exactly when. The forest got denser and darker. The gaps between other cars got longer until there weren't any other cars at all. I passed a stretch of maybe 40 minutes without seeing another vehicle in either direction, and I remember noticing that. and then deliberately not thinking about it. The last real town, where I stopped to buy a week's worth of groceries because Errol had warned me there was nowhere to shop nearby, was a sad little place with a half-empty grocery store and a lot of shuttered storefronts. There was a heaviness to it, the specific gloom of a place that used to have more people in it and doesn't anymore. The woman at the register asked where I was headed, and when I told her the name of the lake, she gave me a look I didn't understand at the time. She just said, "Long way out there," and went back to bagging my food. I almost asked her what she meant, but the way she'd said it made me not want to, and I told myself she was just making conversation. I didn't think anything of it. I think about it a lot now. After that town, the roads got rough. Pavement turned to gravel, and gravel turned to a rutted dirt track that climbed up through trees so thick they nearly closed over the top of the car. I passed one other driveway in all those miles, just a mailbox and a track disappearing into the trees, no house visible, and then nothing, no sign of people at all. The last stretch was a road called Cutter Road, which was really just two tire ruts with grass growing up the middle, and it went on for what felt like forever. Miles of nothing but forest, no houses, no driveways, no sign that another human being had ever been up there. The trees leaned in close on both sides, close enough to touch if I'd reached out the window, and the light came down through them in thin, broken pieces. My phone had lost all service a long way back. I'd checked it at a stoplight in that last town, and it had one bar, and somewhere on the gravel it had dropped to nothing and stayed there. It was just me and the sound of my tires on the dirt and the trees going by, and the light already starting to go gold and low because I'd arrived later than I'd planned. And then the road ended, and there was the house. It was exactly like the photos, and also nothing like them. The photos had made it look cozy. In person, in that fading light, sitting alone at the end of that road with the dark forest pressing in on every side and the flat gray lake just visible through the trees behind it. It looked isolated in a way the photos hadn't captured at all. It looked like the last house at the end of the world. But it was beautiful too in its way, and I was exhausted from the drive, and the sight of that big stone chimney and the porch made me feel, for the first time in a long time, like I'd actually arrived somewhere, like I could finally stop. I found the key under the rock, right where Errol had said. I let myself in, and the inside was lovely. Warm wood, old furniture, that stone fireplace, a wall of tall windows looking out over the lake. There was a faint, musty smell, the smell of a house that's been closed up, but it was clean. And there was firewood by the hearth and clean linens on the bed. I brought in my groceries in my bags, and I made a fire, and I sat in front of it with a glass of wine as the last light drained out of the windows, and I felt something in my chest loosen for the first time in months. This, I thought, this is exactly what I needed. That first night, I slept better than I had in half a year. Deep, dreamless, dead to the world sleep. The kind where you close your eyes and open them, and the whole night has passed in an instant. I woke up late the next morning to sunlight coming through the trees and the lake glittering out the windows, and I made coffee and sat on the porch with a blanket around my shoulders, and honestly felt happy, actually happy, which was a feeling I'd almost forgotten. I spent that whole first full day doing nothing. I read most of a book. I took a short walk down to the water and stood at the edge of the lake watching the light move on it. I saw no one. There were no boats, no other houses visible around the shore, no sound of anyone anywhere, just wind and water and birds. At the time, it felt like a gift. I made a nice dinner and had more wine and went to bed early. And I remember lying there listening to the absolute silence and thinking that I could stay up there forever. It was perfect. If the story ended there, it would have been the best week of my life. The first thing happened on the second night. I woke up sometime after 2 in the morning. I know because there was an old wind-up clock on the nightstand, and I looked at it. I woke up because I'd heard something, though I couldn't have told you what. That's the thing about sleeping somewhere truly silent. A single small sound can pull you straight up out of sleep in a way it never could in the city, where your brain has learned to filter out a constant background of noise. Up there was no background. There was just silence, total and complete, and then, apparently, a sound inside it. I lay there in the dark, in that heavy quiet, and I listened. For a long time, there was nothing. The clock ticked. My own heartbeat sounded loud. And then I heard it. A sound from somewhere in the house. A soft, low creak like a footstep on an old wooden floorboard, followed by a pause and then another. It had a rhythm to it, almost. A creak and a pause, as though whatever made it was moving slowly and stopping to listen, and then moving again. I told myself it was the house, settling. Old houses make noises, especially at night when the temperature drops and the wood contracts. I'd been in plenty of old houses. This was normal. I said all of that to myself, lying rigid in the bed, with the blanket pulled up to my chin like a child, and I almost believed it. The sounds went on for a few minutes, that slow creak and pause, and then they stopped, and the silence came back, and after a long time lying there, straining to hear anything more, I finally fell back asleep. In the morning, in the sunlight, it seemed obviously silly. Of course it was the house. What else would it be? The wood contracting in the cold. I made my coffee and stood on the porch and forgot about it. The second thing I couldn't explain away so easily. On the third day, I decided to take a longer walk, to actually explore the property and the shoreline. Before I left, I did what I always do when I leave somewhere. I locked the door. I'm particular about it. It's a habit I've had my whole life, a little compulsive even. I locked the front door, the only door I ever used, and I checked it, physically turned the handle to make sure it was locked, and then I walked off into the woods along the lake. I was gone maybe 3 hours. It was a beautiful walk. I followed the shoreline for a long way, farther than I'd gone before, until the trees came right down to the water, and I had to turn back. And when I came back and climbed the porch steps and reached for the door, the handle turned freely in my hand. It was unlocked. I stood there for a second, genuinely confused, my hand still on the handle, turning it back and forth. I distinctly remembered locking it. I remembered the specific motion of it, the click, the little tug I always give to check. But I also know how the mind works, how a habit can be so automatic that you're not sure afterward if you really did it or just think you did because you always do. Whether you're remembering today's lock or the memory of every other time you've ever locked a door. So I stood there on the porch arguing with myself, and eventually I decided that the old lock must not have caught properly. It was an old door, an old mechanism. Maybe it had looked and felt locked but hadn't fully engaged, and had slipped open on its own while I was gone. That was the explanation I went with, because it was the only one that didn't frighten me, and I wanted so badly not to be frightened. I went inside. I checked everything. Nothing was missing. Nothing was disturbed. My things were all exactly where I'd left them, down to the book lying open, face down on the arm of the chair. Everything was fine. I let it go. I was good at letting it go that week. Too good. That evening, I used the landline in the kitchen to call Errol. I told myself I was just checking in about the firewood, which was running a little low, but really, I think some part of me wanted to hear another human voice, and maybe to ask a question I couldn't quite bring myself to ask directly. The phone was an old one, mounted on the wall with a coiled cord, and it felt strange to use, like reaching back in time. He answered on the second ring. He was friendly, asked how I was enjoying the place, told me where to find more firewood in a shed out back. His voice was calm and warm, and for a minute I felt better just hearing it. This ordinary man being ordinary and helpful. And then, as casually as I could, I asked him, did anyone else ever come by the property? A groundskeeper, a caretaker, anyone with a key? There was a pause on the line. Just a second too long, long enough that I thought the call had dropped. And then he said, no, just me. Nobody else has a key to that house but me. And then, in a different voice, lower, he said, why? Is something wrong? And there was something in the way he asked it, a sharpness, an alertness that hadn't been there a second before, like a man who'd been waiting a long time to be asked that exact question and was afraid of the answer. That made me not want to tell him about the door. Some instinct just closed my mouth. So I laughed it off, said no, everything was great. I was just curious about the place's history, the family that had owned it. He was quiet again for a moment, and I could hear him breathing on the other end. And then he said, you be careful up there. It gets dark early this time of year. And before I could say anything else, he hung up. I stood in that kitchen for a while afterward, holding the old phone, the dial tone humming, turning that conversation over. Nobody else has a key. If that was true, then the unlocked door meant one of two things. Either I really had failed to lock it, and I was scaring myself over nothing, or someone had gotten into the house without a key. And I realized, standing there in the dim kitchen with the dark pressings against the windows, that I couldn't tell which of those explanations frightened me more. The idea that I was losing my grip on reality, or the idea that I wasn't. I didn't sleep well that third night. I kept the fire going late, and I sat up reading. And every small sound made me look up, but nothing happened. The house was silent, and by morning, in the light, I'd once again mostly talked myself out of it. I decided I'd been alone too long, that the isolation was doing exactly the thing isolation does, turning ordinary nothings into looming somethings. I decided to enjoy the rest of my trip and stop being paranoid. The fourth day is when it stopped being something I could explain away. I'd made breakfast that morning and left a single dirty plate and a mug in the sink because I was feeling lazy and figured I'd wash them later. I spent the day out on the porch and down by the lake with my book, and I didn't go back inside until the afternoon when I got hungry. And when I walked into the kitchen, the sink was empty. The plate and the mug were clean and dried and put away, back in the cupboard, in their exact spots. I stood there and stared at that empty sink for a long, long time, because there is no version of that I could explain. A door that didn't latch? Fine. A creak in an old house? Fine. My own faulty memory? Fine. But I had not washed those dishes. I knew it, the way you know your own name. I had left them in the sink specifically because I hadn't wanted to wash them, and now they were clean and dry and put away in the cupboard, which meant that at some point that day, while I was 200 feet away down at the water with my back to the house, someone had come inside and stood at my sink and washed my dishes and dried them and opened my cupboard and put them away and then left. I want to be honest about my reaction, because I think it says something about how the mind protects itself. My first feeling wasn't terror. It was a kind of vertigo, a refusal. My brain scrambling for any explanation other than the obvious one. Maybe I'd washed them without remembering. Maybe I was more tired and out of it than I'd realized. I actually spent 20 minutes trying to construct a scenario where I'd blacked out and done my own dishes. I opened the cupboard and looked at the plate and the mug sitting there in their spots, and I tried to remember placing them there. And I couldn't. And I told myself that not remembering doing something isn't the same as not doing it. That's how badly I didn't want it to be true. I even picked the mug up and held it, as if touching it would jog some memory loose. It was cool and dry and clean. It told me nothing. But underneath the denial, something colder had started, and it grew all afternoon like a stain spreading through water. I checked the house, really checked it this time, every room, every closet, under both beds, behind the furniture, the whole thing. I did it methodically, telling myself I was just confirming there was nothing to worry about. But my hands were unsteady the entire time, and I kept stopping to listen. There was no one there. The doors and windows were all locked. All of them. I checked twice, then a third time. But I couldn't make myself feel safe because whoever had washed those dishes had gotten in and out without leaving a single sign, without me hearing a thing, in broad daylight in the middle of the afternoon, while I sat 200 feet away with a book in my lap and no idea. And a mind that can do that, a person who breaks into a house not to steal anything, not to hurt you, but to quietly wash your dishes and dry them and put them away and leave, what? That is not a mind you can predict. That is not a person you can reason with, or even really imagine. I understood, standing in that kitchen as the light started to go, that I was not safe, and that I hadn't been safe for days, and that whoever this was had been in the house with me, close to me, more than once, and I had felt safe the entire time. I decided to leave. Right then. I didn't care about the rest of the trip. I went to the bedroom and started throwing my things into my bag, and I was going to load the car and drive down that dark road and not stop until I hit a town with lights and people. But when I went out to the porch with my first armload of stuff, I stopped. It was already almost fully dark. The sun goes down fast up there in the fall, behind the mountains, and I'd wasted the afternoon in denial. And now it was that deep blue almost night. And the forest around the house was a solid black wall. And Cutter Road, those two grassy ruts winding miles through the pitch-dark forest, with no lights, no service, no way to call anyone. The thought of driving down it in the dark suddenly seemed more dangerous than staying. If something went wrong out there, a flat tire, a wrong turn, the car stuck in a rut, I'd be stranded alone in the dark in the middle of nowhere, and whoever this was would know exactly where I was. So I made what I still think was a reasonable decision, and what was also possibly a terrible one. I decided to stay one more night, locked in, awake, with the fire going and every light on, and to leave the second there was light in the sky. Just get through the night. Dawn was maybe 11 hours away. I could do 11 hours. I turned on every light in the house. I built the fire up high. I locked the front door and jammed a kitchen chair under the handle for good measure. And I did the same at the back door, which I'd never even used. I went around and checked that every window was latched. I found the biggest knife in the kitchen, and I kept it with me. I put my car keys in my pocket, and then I sat down in the main room, in a chair position so I could see both the front door and the hallway. And I waited, and I listened. For hours, nothing happened. The fire crackled. The old clock ticked. The wind moved in the trees outside, and every so often a branch would scrape against the side of the house, and my heart would slam, and I'd sit up straight, with the knife half raised before I realized what it was. But there were no footsteps, no creaks, Nothing from inside. I watched the front door. I watched the mouth of the dark hallway. I watched the black rectangles of the windows, where the light from inside turned the glass into mirrors, and I could see myself sitting there, small and pale and ridiculous, holding a kitchen knife in a rented chair. Every time I caught my own reflection, I flinched. The hours crawled. I have never been so aware of time in my life. I watched the hands of that old clock creep from 10 to 11 to midnight, and each hour felt like it took a week, and I kept doing the math. 9 more hours until dawn, then 8, then 7, trying to convince myself it was a manageable number. And slowly, hour by hour, as nothing continued to happen, I started to feel a little foolish again, sitting there clutching a kitchen knife, jumping at branches. The fear is exhausting to hold at that pitch. The body simply can't sustain it, and after enough hours of nothing, it starts to let go whether you want it to or not. I even started to feel drowsy. My eyes kept slipping shut and jerking back open. I remember thinking that maybe I'd make it, that maybe whoever it was had had their fun and moved on, that in a few hours the sky would go gray and I'd get in my car and drive away, and this would just be a strange story I'd tell someday, laughing at a party. I remember actually starting to relax, and then, a little after 2 in the morning, the same time as before, the exact same time, I heard the sound. It came from below me, from under the house, a soft, dragging, sliding sound, and then a low, deliberate click. And I understood in an instant several things at once. I understood that the creak I'd heard on the second night, the one I'd blamed on the house settling, hadn't come from the walls. It had come from underneath the floor. I understood that this house, this old house, had something under it, a cellar, a crawl space, something, and that the sounds were coming from down there. And I understood that whoever had been washing my dishes and unlocking my doors had not been coming in from outside at all. They had been coming up, from below. I sat frozen in that chair, the knife in my hand, staring at the floor, listening to the sound move. It was slow. It was patient. It slid and paused and slid again, tracing a path beneath the floorboards from the far end of the house toward the hallway. And then it stopped. Directly, it seemed, beneath a spot in the short back hallway. The hallway with the bathroom and a linen closet, and a narrow door I'd noticed on my first day, and assumed was just more storage and had never once opened. Everything in my body was screaming at me to run, to go straight out the front door and get in my car, and take my chances on the dark road. But I couldn't. I don't know how to explain it, except that I had to know. After days of doubting my own mind, of arguing myself out of the truth over and over, some awful part of me needed to see it with my own eyes, needed to know I wasn't crazy. So I got up, and I walked, as quietly as I could, down that back hallway, with the knife held out in front of me and my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. And I stopped in front of that narrow door, and I opened it. It wasn't a closet. Behind the door was a narrow set of steep wooden stairs going down into darkness, into a low space beneath the house. Cold air came up from it, damp and earthy. The smell of soil and something else, something sour and lived in. And at the bottom of the stairs, in the dark, I could see the faint glow of a light, a small, dim, yellowish light, like a battery lantern turned down low. Someone had made a space down there, and the sliding, dragging sound I'd heard was still going, close now, just at the edge of that dim light, moving toward the base of the stairs. I did not go down. Whatever I'd needed to see, I'd seen, and every rational part of my mind that had spent 4 days talking me out of the truth went silent all at once. I turned and I ran. I went out the front door. I don't even remember getting the chair out from under the handle, but I must have, because I was through it, and off the porch, and across the dark yard to my car, before I'd formed a single conscious thought. My hands were shaking so badly, it took me 3 tries to get the key into the ignition, and I remember making a sound, a low whimpering sound I'd never heard myself make before, as I fumbled with it in the dark. And as the engine finally turned over and the headlights blazed on, they swept across the front of the house, and for just a second, less than a second, I saw a face in one of the tall windows of the main room, pale and still, and watching me. A man's face, though aged in some wrong indoor way, the way something looks when it's been kept out of the light too long. It didn't move. It didn't try to stop me or come after me. It just stood at the glass and watched me with an expression I still can't describe. Not angry, not afraid, just watching, the way you'd watch a car pull out of your own driveway. And then my headlights swung past, and it was gone, swallowed back into the dark of the house, and I threw the car into reverse and got out of there. I drove down Cutter Road in the pitch black far too fast, the headlights bouncing wildly, branches whipping the sides of the car with sounds like claws, the ruts throwing me around so hard I bit my tongue and tasted blood. I didn't slow down and I didn't stop, not for the whole eternity it took to get back to gravel, and then to pavement, and then finally, an endless time later, to a gas station on the edge of that sad little town, closed for the night, but with a light on over the pumps and a payphone bolted to the wall out front. I called the police from that payphone at almost 4 a.m, standing in the cold in the circle of that one light, watching the dark road behind me the whole time, still shaking so hard I could barely hold the receiver. They took me seriously, which I'm grateful for. They kept me at the station, gave me coffee, and sent officers up to the house at first light. I gave them Errol's name and number and everything I could remember, and I waited. What they found, I only learned in pieces over the following weeks, partly from the police and partly from a local reporter who called me later. Under that house, in the crawl space I never went down into, there was a whole living space. A mattress, blankets, a lantern, and a camp stove. Stacks of food, most of it, they figured out, taken slowly from the kitchen upstairs over a long time, a little at a time so no guest would notice. There were dozens of empty bottles. There were clothes. And there was a hole in the floor of the crawl space that opened into a narrow tunnel, dug by hand over what must have been years, that came up through a trapdoor hidden under a rug in that back hallway. The sliding, dragging sound I'd heard. Someone had been living under that house, not for days, for a very long time. And here's the part that I still can't fully sit with. It wasn't a stranger. When the police tracked down the property records and the history of the place, they found that the man who'd owned it decades ago, before Errol, had had a brother who, according to the old records, had been declared missing many, many years earlier and never found, and quietly written off. The police were never fully able or willing to confirm it to me, but the strong implication, the thing the reporter believed and the thing I believe, is that the person living under that house had been living there, unseen in the walls and the crawl space and the tunnels, for longer than I'd been alive, coming up into the house between guests, watching the people who came to stay. Sometimes, apparently, doing small things for them, washing dishes, tidying, unlocking doors, the way you might tend to something in your own home. Because to him, I think, It was his home, and we were the intruders. Errol, the host, stopped answering his phone. When the police looked into him, it became clear he'd known. Not everything, maybe, but something. Neighbors down the mountain, and there were a few farther than I'd realized, said there'd always been stories about that house, that people who stayed there sometimes left early and didn't come back, that Errol kept the rental going anyway, kept the price low, kept the guests coming. I don't know if he was protecting a relative or afraid or something worse. The woman at the grocery store, the one who gave me that look and said, "Long way out there," I understand her now. They all knew. Everyone up there knew there was something wrong with that house at the end of Cutter Road, and I was just the outsider who paid to sleep on top of it. I never went back for the things I left behind. My clothes, my book, all of it, still up there as far as I know. I bought new everything. The police told me, eventually, that they searched the crawl space and the tunnels thoroughly, and that whoever had been living there was gone. That by the time they got up there in the morning, he had disappeared back into the woods, or into some deeper part of the tunnels they couldn't find, and they never located him. The case, technically, is open. It'll probably stay open forever. People ask me when I tell the short version what the scariest part was, and they always assume it was the face in the window, or the sound under the floor, or the stairs going down into the dark, but it wasn't. The scariest part, the part I think about at 3 a.m. when I can't sleep, is the dishes, because the face in the window wanted me to see it. The sound under the floor was him being careless, or maybe wanting me to hear. But the dishes, washing my dishes and drying them and putting them away in the cupboard while I sat obliviously by the lake, that wasn't for me. That was just something he did. That was him quietly, tending to his home while a guest was staying in it. It never occurred to him to hide it, because in his mind he wasn't doing anything wrong. He'd been down there so long that a stranger sleeping in the rooms above him was the normal thing, and taking care of the house was the normal thing, and I was just a temporary presence passing through a space that belonged to him. I'd gone all that way to be alone. That was the whole point of the trip, to be completely, perfectly alone, away from every person and every pair of eyes. And the horrible truth, the thing I've had to live with, is that I never was. Not for one single second of that week. From the moment I unlocked that door and carried my bags inside, feeling that loosening in my chest, that relief, that finally I can stop, I was never alone in that house. I just thought I was. And I've come to believe that's the worst feeling there is. Not being watched, not being hunted, but being certain, all the way down to your bones, that you're safe and alone and unobserved, and being wrong the entire time. I don't take trips by myself anymore. I've tried to explain to people why, and I never quite can because the short version doesn't carry it. But now you have the long version, all of it, in order, exactly the way it happened. And if you ever find yourself somewhere remote and quiet and perfectly private, somewhere that feels like a true escape from the world, and you get that small, cold feeling on the back of your neck that says you're not as alone as you think you are, please do the thing I didn't do for 4 whole days. Believe it. Believe it the first time and go. Story 2. I've moved 4 times in the 2 years since this happened. 4 apartments, 3 cities. I tell people it's because of my job that I like to change, that I get restless. That's a lie. The truth is that I have never, not for one single night since, felt safe in a place where I sleep. I check the locks 3 times. I put a chair under the handle. I keep the curtains closed even in the daytime. And I still lie awake listening. Because I learned the hard way that the scariest person in the world isn't the one who breaks down your door. It's the one who was already inside, quietly, for a long time, and you never knew. Let me start from the beginning, because the beginning's where I made all my mistakes. 2 years ago, I took a job in a city I'd never lived in before. It was a good job, the kind I'd worked years to get, but it meant moving across the country to a place where I knew absolutely no one. I was 26, single, and completely on my own for the first time in my life. I found an apartment online, a small one-bedroom on the 4th floor of an older building. Nothing fancy, but it had big windows and hardwood floors, and it was cheap for what it was. The building was one of those pre-war walk-ups that had been renovated at some point. 6 units to a floor, a narrow hallway running down the middle, with a unit on each side and a little window at the far end. My unit, 4B, was near the middle. Directly across the hall from me was 4A. I want to describe the layout of that hallway because it matters more than anything else in this story. When you stepped off the elevator, you were at one end. My door, 4B, was on the right, a few doors down, and 4A was directly across from it, close enough that if both doors were open at the same time, you could look straight across into each other's apartments. The doors were maybe 8 feet apart. That's it, 8 feet. The first few weeks in that apartment were lonely but fine. I threw myself into the new job, staying late because I had nothing to come home to, learning the names of co-workers I hoped might eventually become friends. In the evenings, I'd take the elevator up to the 4th floor, let myself into my quiet apartment, and spend the night unpacking or watching TV or scrolling on my phone until it was late enough to sleep. The city outside my windows was huge and full of people, millions of them, and I didn't know a single one. There's a specific loneliness to that, to being surrounded by more human beings than you've ever been near in your life and being completely anonymous to all of them. It does something to you. It makes you reach for connection in whatever form you can find it. So I did what a lot of lonely people do. I lived a little more of my life online than I probably should have. I had a modest social media presence, a few hundred followers, mostly people I actually knew from back home, old friends, college acquaintances, family. I posted photos sometimes, my new apartment as I got it set up, a coffee shop I'd found that I liked, the view out my big living room window at sunset. Just little updates, the kind of thing you do to feel like you still exist to the people who used to see you every day. Look, I'd say, without saying it, I'm okay. I'm building a life out here. It's nice. It felt harmless and it felt good. This small thread of connection back to a world where people knew me. It was not harmless. It was, in fact, the thread that someone used to find his way all the way into the center of my life. But I'll get to that. I met my neighbor in 4A during my second week there. I was struggling to get my key to work in my stubborn old lock, my arms full of grocery bags, cursing under my breath at the thing. And the door across the hall opened and a man stepped out. He was maybe in his 40s, ordinary looking in every possible way, a little heavy-set, with wire glasses and thinning hair and a soft, careful way of moving, like a man who'd learned to take up as little space as possible. He smiled and said hello and asked politely if I was the new tenant in 4B. I said I was and introduced myself. He told me his name, I'll call him Gordon because that's close enough, and said he'd lived in the building for a long time, over a decade, in a tone that had a small note of pride in it, the way some people are proud of having endured somewhere. He seemed nice. Shy, maybe, the kind of quiet that reads as harmless. He watched me fight with the lock for a moment and then offered to help. And he came over and showed me a little trick with it. How you had to lift the handle slightly, just barely, while you turned the key, and then it would give. He did it once to demonstrate. My key in his hand, my door swinging open under his fingers. And then he handed the key back and stepped away. I thanked him. He said, "Anything you need, I'm right across the hall," and gave a little wave, a small, almost bashful wave, just a lift of the hand, and went back into 4A and closed his door. That was it. That was my whole first impression of Gordon. A quiet, helpful, slightly awkward middle-aged man who'd been in the building forever and happened to know how the finicky old locks worked. If you'd asked me that day whether he seemed dangerous, I would have laughed at you. He seemed like the single least threatening person I had ever met in my life, the kind of man you forget the moment he's out of sight. And I've come to believe that this, exactly this, is what he was. Not a mask he put on, but a thing he had spent his entire life perfecting. The art of being the person no one ever looks at twice, the person no one suspects, the harmless man across the hall. It is a very effective disguise. It let him stand 8 feet from my door for months while I never once, not for a single second, thought to be afraid of him. The first strange thing happened about a month in, and it was so small that I dismissed it instantly. I came home from work one evening, and my apartment felt different. That's the only way I can describe it. Nothing was obviously wrong, nothing was missing or broken, but something about the air, the arrangement of things, felt subtly off, the way a room feels when someone's just left it. I stood in my doorway for a second with that vague, unsettled feeling, and then I told myself I was imagining things, that I was just tired, and I went about my evening. But later, getting ready for bed, I noticed that a book I kept on my nightstand had moved. I always left it on the left side, and it was on the right. Such a stupid, tiny thing. I told myself I must have moved it that morning without thinking. What else could it be? I lived alone. The door had been locked. I let it go. Over the next few weeks, there were more of these tiny things, each one small enough to explain away on its own. A kitchen cabinet left open that I was sure I'd closed. My shampoo bottle turned so the label faced the wall, when I always kept it facing out. A dining chair pushed in when I always left it pulled out, because I never bothered to push it in. The pillows on my couch arranged a little too neatly, plumped and squared in a way I never do. My towels refolded, a drawer not quite shut. Once, my toothbrush was in the wrong slot of the holder, and I stood in my bathroom staring at it, trying to remember if I'd moved it, and couldn't, and felt that cold prickle up the back of my neck that I was getting better and better at ignoring. Every single one of these had an innocent explanation. I was busy, I was distracted, I was living alone for the first time, and didn't have anyone else to blame, and I genuinely didn't remember every little thing I did in my own home. That's the honest truth. Most people don't. You couldn't tell me right now which way you left your shampoo bottle facing this morning. And that's the trap. Each one by itself is nothing. Any one of them mentioned to a friend would get you a shrug. You probably just forgot. It's only when you line them all up afterward, weeks of them, a steady, quiet drip of small wrongnesses, that you see the pattern, that you understand someone was moving through your home, touching your things, living in the spaces between your comings and goings, and being just careful enough that no single trace of it could ever be proven. And by the time you see the pattern, it's much too late. He's already memorized you. The online part started around the same time, though I didn't connect the two until much later. I got a new follower, The account had no profile picture, a random string of letters and numbers for a username, and it followed no one else and posted nothing. Just a blank account that followed me. That's not unusual online. You get bot accounts and lurkers all the time. But this one started liking my posts. All of them. Within seconds of me posting. It didn't matter what time of day I posted, morning or the middle of the night. Within seconds, this blank account would like it. And then it started commenting. The first comments were innocuous. Nice. Beautiful. Great view. The kind of generic thing bots say. I didn't think much of it. But then the comments started to get specific in a way that a bot couldn't be. I posted a photo of a mug of coffee on my windowsill one morning. A nice photo, the light coming through. And the account commented, "You always take your coffee by that window." Which was true. I did. Every morning. But there was no way to know that from a single photo. I looked at it for a while, a little unsettled, and then decided that maybe I'd posted other coffee by the window photos before, and this person had just noticed. It was a stretch, but it was an explanation. The comment that made me actually stop and feel cold was a week or so later. I'd had a bad day at work, one of those days where everything goes wrong and you come home wrung out. And that evening, I'd been on the phone with my mom, venting, pacing around my apartment the way I do when I'm on the phone, wearing a path from the living room to the kitchen and back. At some point, the conversation drifted, the way it does, and I told her out loud that I was thinking about repainting my bedroom, that I hated the flat beige color the landlord had used, and that I'd been imagining doing it in a deep forest green, something warm and dark and cozy. It was just a passing thing, I said, out loud, alone in my apartment, on the phone with my mother. I hadn't posted about it. I hadn't texted anyone about it. I hadn't searched for paint colors or looked at anything online. I hadn't even fully decided to do it. It was barely even a thought. It was the kind of thing you say out loud once and forget you said. The next morning, the blank account commented on an old photo of my bedroom, one I'd posted weeks earlier when I first moved in. The comment said, "Green would look nice in here." I sat on the edge of my bed and stared at my phone for a long, long time, and the whole apartment seemed to go very quiet around me. I told myself it was a coincidence. It had to be a coincidence. Green is a common color. Lots of people repaint their bedrooms. Maybe I'd said something once, somewhere, that I'd forgotten. I built the explanation carefully, brick by brick, because I needed it to hold. But something in the back of my mind had started ringing an alarm that I couldn't fully turn off because the wording was too exact, too specific to the moment. Not, "You should paint this room a color," not, "Have you thought about green? Green would look nice in here." In here. As though the person writing it was standing in the room, as though they'd heard me say it, as though they'd been close enough the night before to hear a private thought I'd spoken out loud to my own mother inside my own locked apartment. I did what most people would do. I blocked the account, and for a few days, I felt better. No more comments, no more likes. I told myself I'd overreacted to a weird internet person and moved on. 4 days later, a new blank account followed me. Different random username, same behavior, liking everything within seconds. And its first comment on a photo of my living room was, "I see you blocked me." That's when the fear really started, because you can block an account, but you can't block a person who is determined to reach you. Whoever this was, they weren't a bot, and they weren't going away, and they knew things about the inside of my life that they had no way of knowing unless they were either watching me very closely or had been inside my apartment, and I was starting to suspect it was both. I want to be honest about how I handled this, because I handled it badly, and I think a lot of people would. I didn't go to the police. What would I even have said? Someone is liking my post too fast and made a comment about paint. It sounds insane. It sounds like nothing. I had no proof of anything. I had a feeling and a series of tiny, deniable coincidences. So I did what felt like the only thing I could do. I made my accounts private. I stopped posting entirely. And I tried to just live my life and pretend it wasn't happening. But it kept happening. And it moved off the internet and into my actual home. I started finding evidence I couldn't explain away. One evening I came home and there was a faint smell in my apartment that wasn't mine. A cologne or aftershave, sharp and little old-fashioned, the kind of scent an older man might wear, that I didn't own and had never worn, and that no one who'd ever been in my apartment wore, because no one had ever been in my apartment. It was faint, like it was fading, like someone had been there hours ago and the air was only just letting go of them. I walked through every room with my heart pounding, following it, and it was strongest near my bedroom, and then it was gone, and I couldn't be sure I hadn't imagined it. And that not being sure was almost worse than certainty. Another time, I found a single long scuff mark on my hardwood floor near the living room window, a pale gray drag mark, as if a chair had been pulled over to the window and then put back. My chairs didn't have the kind of feet that would make that mark, and I never moved a chair to the window. There was no reason to. But someone had. Someone had dragged a seat over to my window to sit and look out of it, or to sit and look at something, and then carefully returned it and left that one faint mark behind, and the worst one. The one that made me finally stop lying to myself completely. I found, on my kitchen counter, a coffee ring. A perfect circle of dried coffee, the exact size of the bottom of a mug, pressed onto a spot on the counter near the sink where I never, ever set my mug down. I'm particular about it. I always use a specific spot by the coffee maker. And I hadn't made coffee that day at all. I'd left for work before I had time, grabbed something on the way in, so the coffee ring was not mine. It could not have been mine. Someone had stood in my kitchen, in the hours I was gone, and made themselves a cup of coffee, and drunk it standing right there, and set the mug down and left a ring, exactly the way you'd absent-mindedly do in your own home when you weren't thinking about being careful. And that's what got me, the carelessness of it. Everything else had been so meticulous, so deniable. But the coffee ring was a mistake, a human moment of comfort. A person so relaxed and so at home in my kitchen that they'd forgotten to be careful. That told me more than anything. Whoever this was didn't feel like an intruder in my apartment. They felt at home in it. Someone was coming into my apartment when I was gone. There was no other explanation left. I'd run out of ways to lie to myself. The lock. It kept coming back to the lock. My door had a deadbolt, and I always used it. There was no sign of forced entry, ever. No scratches, no damage, nothing. Which meant that whoever was coming in had a key. And the person I kept thinking about, no matter how much I didn't want to, was Gordon. Gordon across the hall, who'd lived in the building for over a decade. Gordon, who knew the exact trick to my finicky lock, who'd shown me how it worked on my very first week, which meant he was intimately familiar with that specific lock. Gordon, who was always somehow home. Any hour I came or went, if I glanced at his door, I'd sometimes catch the little shift of shadow at the peephole, there and then gone. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was fixating on the nearest person because I was scared, but the thought wouldn't leave. I finally did something. I called a locksmith and had the entire lock replaced. New deadbolt, new key, the works. The locksmith came on a Saturday, and I watched him do the whole thing, and when he handed me the 2 new keys, I felt, for the first time in weeks, a small measure of relief. Whoever had a copy of my old key had just been locked out. I put both new keys on my ring. I gave a copy to no one. That night, I slept a little better than I had in a while. 3 days later, I came home from work, tired and finally starting to relax a little, and taped to my door at eye level, exactly where I couldn't miss it, was a small piece of paper, handwritten, in careful, deliberate block letters, the kind of printing that takes effort, that someone slows down to do neatly. It said, "You didn't have to change the lock. I would never hurt you." I don't think I've ever been as frightened as I was standing in that narrow hallway, reading those words, the grocery bag going slack in my hand. Because of everything it meant all at once. It meant he knew I'd changed the lock, which meant he'd tried the old key and found it didn't work, which meant he was still trying to get in, still coming to my door when I wasn't there. It meant he wasn't scared, wasn't deterred, wasn't going anywhere. And I would never hurt you. That single sentence was so much worse than any threat could have been. A threat I could have understood. A threat comes from someone who's angry at you, who wants something, who sees you as an obstacle or an enemy, someone with a motive you can grasp and maybe, somehow, negotiate with or escape. But I would never hurt you comes from somewhere else entirely. It comes from someone who has decided, in whatever broken machinery is turning behind his eyes, that he loves you, that the 2 of you have something, that is coming into your home and drinking your coffee and moving your books an inch to the left and standing over your bed while you sleep is not violation, but intimacy, is closeness, is tenderness, is just what 2 people who belong together naturally do. There is no reasoning with that. There is no bargaining with it, no proving him wrong, no boundary he'll recognize, because in his mind there is no boundary between you. You're already his. That is the most dangerous thing a person can possibly be. And I was standing 8 feet from his door holding the proof of it in my shaking hand. And as I stood there, I heard it. The softest sound, the faint creak of weight shifting on old floorboards, right on the other side of the door to 4A. He was standing there, right there, 8 feet away, in the dark of his own apartment, on the other side of his own door, listening to me read his note, close enough that I could hear him breathe if I held my own breath. I could feel him there, the way you can feel a person standing behind you in a dark room. That animal certainty older than thought. I stood frozen for a second that felt like an hour. Then I unlocked my door with hands that barely worked, got inside, threw every lock and the chain, and slid down against the door and sat on the floor with my back against it, as if my own weight could keep the world out. And I stayed there for a long time. That was the night I finally called the police. They came, 2 officers, and they were kind, but there was only so much they could do. I had a note, which was something, but it was unsigned. I had a feeling about my neighbor, but no proof he'd written it or done anything. I had a series of strange incidents inside my apartment, but no evidence tying them to any particular person, and no sign of forced entry. They took the note as evidence. They went across the hall and spoke to Gordon, and I sat in my apartment listening to the low murmur of the conversation through the walls, unable to make out words. When the officers came back, they told me that Gordon had been polite and cooperative, that he'd said he barely knew me, that he'd denied writing any note or ever being in my apartment, and that there was nothing about him that gave them cause to do anything. One of the officers, gently, in a way I could tell he didn't mean unkindly, suggested that living alone in a new city could be stressful, and asked if I'd been under a lot of pressure lately. I understood what he was doing. He was wondering if I was imagining all of it. I wasn't imagining it, but I couldn't prove it. And that's the particular hell of being stalked by someone careful. The better they are at it, the crazier you look for noticing. After the police left, I decided I couldn't just wait around to be reassured or dismissed. I needed proof. So I bought a small camera, one of those little wireless ones, the kind you can hide on a shelf that sends video to your phone. I set it up in my living room, pointed at my front door, hidden behind some books on a shelf where you'd never notice it. If someone was coming into my apartment, I was going to have them on video. Then no one could tell me I was imagining it. For 2 days, nothing happened. I checked the camera feed obsessively from work, refreshing the app every few minutes under my desk, and there was just my empty apartment, still and silent. The light moving slowly across the hardwood floor as the day went on. The same view every time. Part of me started to hope that maybe the police visit had actually done something, that changing the lock plus 2 officers knocking on his door had been enough to scare him off, that whatever this had been was over now, and I could start putting myself back together. I even slept a little those 2 nights. I let myself believe it might be finished. On the 3rd day, at 1:47 in the afternoon, while I was sitting at my desk at work in a room full of my oblivious co-workers, my phone buzzed with a motion alert from the camera. For a second, I didn't want to look. I remember that clearly, a physical reluctance, a sense that if I looked, I could never unlook, that I was about to see the thing I'd spent weeks desperately trying to convince myself wasn't real. But I looked. I opened the feed with my heart slamming so hard, I felt it in my ears, and I turned my body away from my co-workers and cupped my hand around the screen, and I watched my own front door open. It just opened. Smooth and quiet, swinging inward with a key. No forcing, no jimmying, no hesitation, no fumbling. The confident, casual motion of a person using a key to a door they use all the time, a door they have every right to open. And a man stepped into my apartment and closed the door softly behind him, gently, the way you close a door when someone might be sleeping. And he turned around to face the room, and it was Gordon. I watched him on my phone, from my desk at work, 20 minutes across the city, as he walked into my living room like he owned it. He wasn't rushed. He wasn't nervous. He moved through my apartment with the calm, unhurried ease of a person in a space they know intimately, a space they consider theirs. He walked to my kitchen, and I lost him from the camera's angle for a minute, and then he came back into frame holding, and I will never forget this, holding my coffee mug, the one I use every morning, with steam coming off it. He'd made himself a cup of coffee in my kitchen. And then he sat down on my couch, and he just sat there, drinking my coffee, looking around my apartment with a small, content, peaceful expression on his face, like a man relaxing at home after a long day, like he belonged there. Then he got up and he walked toward my bedroom and he went in, and he was in there, out of frame, for almost 11 minutes. I don't want to talk about what it felt like to sit at my desk and watch that, knowing he was in my bedroom, going through my things, doing God knows what, and being completely unable to do anything about it from across the city. I called 911. I told the dispatcher everything. That I was watching a man break into my apartment on a live camera feed right now and gave them the address and begged them to hurry. And I watched, on my phone, as Gordon eventually came back out of my bedroom and stood in the middle of my living room and looked directly at the camera. Right at it, for a long, terrible moment. And then he smiled, a small, sad, knowing smile, and he raised one hand and gave a little wave, the same little wave he'd given me the day we met. And then he calmly let himself out of my apartment, closing the door softly behind him, and was gone. He'd known the camera was there the whole time. He'd wanted me to see. The police did arrest him that time. The video was undeniable. A man plainly entering my locked apartment with a key while I was not home, on a time-stamped feed, his face clear as day. They found, in his apartment across the hall, things I still can't fully think about without my chest going tight. They found a copy of my new key, the one I'd had made only days before, which meant he'd somehow gotten access to reproduce it, even after I'd changed the entire lock. The police thought he'd probably followed the locksmith's van or gotten to the paperwork or bribed or charmed the information out of someone. And I never learned exactly how, and not knowing how is its own small horror. They found photographs of me, hundreds of them printed out on ordinary paper, organized, going back to my very first week in the building, photos taken from his peephole of me coming and going in the hall, grainy and fish-eyed, photos taken through windows from angles I couldn't place, and photos, the ones I truly cannot think about, taken from inside my own apartment, standing over me while I slept, my own face slack and unguarded in the dark. He had been in my bedroom while I slept, more than once, enough times to build a collection. They found a notebook, they told me, several notebooks actually, filled with a detailed, meticulous log of my daily life. When I left in the morning and when I came home at night, written to the minute. What I wore each day. What I bought at the store, itemized. What I appeared to eat. When my lights went on and off. Who came to visit, which was no one, and the fact of no one visiting seemed to please him, the officer said carefully, though he wouldn't explain how he knew that. Phrases I'd said apparently, that he'd overheard, transcribed in quotation marks. Day after day after day, month after month, all in that same neat, careful block handwriting from the note on my door. He'd been documenting my entire existence in obsessive detail since before I had ever spoken a single word to him. He'd chosen me the moment I moved in, maybe the moment he first saw me carrying boxes down that hallway, maybe before. I've wondered more than once in the middle of the night whether the tenant who lived in 4B before me left because of him too, whether that cheap available apartment across from his door had been cheap and available for a reason, and I have never once let myself finish that thought. Here's the thing about that peephole, the thing that still keeps me up at night. His door was 8 feet from mine, and a person can stand at their own peephole in the dark of their own apartment and watch the hallway for hours, and you would never know. Every single time I'd come home, every time I'd fumbled with my keys, every time I'd stood in that hallway, tired or crying or laughing on the phone, or just being a person who thought she was alone, he had been there, 8 feet away, in the dark, watching through the little glass eye in his door. Not sometimes, all the time. My whole life in that building had been performed, without my knowledge, for an audience of one. You'd think an arrest would be the end of the story, the part where I get to feel safe again. It wasn't. Gordon was charged, but stalking cases are hard, and the legal process was long and slow and full of delays, and at one point he was released on bail, and I spent those weeks in a state of terror I can't describe, staying with a coworker, jumping at every sound. He eventually took a plea deal for a sentence that felt insultingly short to me, a handful of months, and I know that at some point not long after all this he was out again, a free man, and I have no idea where he is now. That's the part I have to live with. He's out there somewhere, and he decided once that I belong to him, and people like that, I've learned, don't really stop deciding that. They just find somewhere quieter to keep deciding it. I moved out of that building the same week he was arrested. I broke my lease and lost my deposit, and I didn't care. I've moved 3 more times since, always to buildings with better security, always to a unit that isn't near anyone, always with a camera of my own now pointed at my own door, because I learned that lesson permanently. I've never lived across the hall from anyone again if I could help it. I can't. The sight of a door directly facing mine makes my skin crawl. People who hear the short version of the story usually fixate on the video, the moment he waved at the camera. And I understand why. It's the most cinematic part. But it's not the part that haunts me. The part that haunts me is the coffee ring. That first coffee ring on my counter, weeks before I had any proof. Back when I was still telling myself I was imagining everything. Because now I understand what it was. It was him, standing in my kitchen while I was at work, making himself a cup of coffee in my home, comfortable, unhurried, at peace, a man in his own kitchen, in his own life, with his own girlfriend just at work and due home soon. That's what I was to him. Not a target, not a victim. A life he'd quietly moved into and made his own. One book, one chair, one cup of coffee at a time, while I went about my days 8 feet away, thinking the scariest thing in my life was loneliness. I was never lonely in that apartment. That's the horrible truth of it. Not for a single day. I just thought I was. So here's the only advice I have. The thing I wish someone had drilled into me before any of this. When you live alone, and you start noticing the small things, a book that moved, a cabinet left open, a smell that isn't yours, a comment from a stranger that knows a little too much, do not explain them away. I know how badly you'll want to. I know that every single one of them has an innocent explanation, and that lining them up and taking them seriously will make you feel paranoid and crazy. Feel crazy anyway. Take them seriously anyway. Because the person who is careful enough to make each thing deniable is exactly the person you most need to be afraid of. The break-in artist who kicks down your door is not the one who will ruin your life. It's the quiet one across the hall, the helpful one who showed you how your lock works, the one who would never hurt you, the one who's already inside and has been for a long time and is standing in the dark right now, 8 feet away, watching you read this and thinking about how much he loves you. I still check the peephole every time, not to see who's in the hall, to make sure no one on the other side is looking back. Story 3. I don't hike anymore. Not the small ones, not the safe ones, not even the little groomed loops in the state park near my house where you're never more than half a mile from a parking lot. I used to be a person who needed the woods the way other people need the ocean or a church. And now I can't stand under a stand of trees without my heart starting to go. And I've made my peace with that. Some things you don't get back. What happened to me up past Harlow Basin took that from me, and I've decided it's a fair trade for still being here to miss it. I've never written this down before. I've told exactly 2 people the whole thing, and both of them, I could tell, walked away deciding I'd had some kind of breakdown out there, some altitude and exhaustion hallucination. And honestly, I've spent a lot of nights hoping they were right, hoping I imagined it. But you don't imagine something for 9 days straight. You don't imagine the same wrong thing over and over, getting closer each time. So here it is, all of it, in order, and you can decide for yourself. 4 years ago, I was in a bad place, not dramatically, just quietly. I'd been grinding at a job I hated for too long. I'd let most of my friendships go soft from neglect, and I had this gnawing sense that I was sleepwalking through my own life. I'd always been an outdoors person, backpacking since I was a teenager. And somewhere in that low season, I got it into my head that what I needed was a big solo trip. Not a weekend. Something real. A long, hard, remote route through country most people never see alone, with no phone and no distractions, where I'd have nothing to do but walk and think and hopefully come out the other side feeling like a person again. I picked a route through a wilderness area in the mountains that I'd wanted to do for years. It was genuinely remote. A 9-day loop that started at a trailhead already 2 hours of rough dirt road from the nearest small town, and then climbed up and over a pass into a series of high basins and river valleys that saw almost no traffic even in peak season. Most people who came to that wilderness did the front side loops, the pretty lakes, a day's walk from the car. Almost no one went over the divide. The heart of my route, the section I was most excited about, ran up past a place called Harlow Basin, and then beyond it, over the divide and down into the deep old growth on the far side, into country the guidebooks barely mentioned. On the map, it was just a thin dotted line through a huge blank green space. Miles and miles of nothing. No roads, no structures, no water sources marked, no anything. Just contour lines and green. That emptiness was the whole point. That was what I was paying for, in effort and in risk, and in the days it would take to walk into the middle of it. Total solitude. I wanted to be somewhere that a part of me, some restless, miserable part, could finally go quiet, because there'd be nothing out there to perform for, nobody to be. Just me and my own 2 feet and the enormous, indifferent silence of a place that had never cared whether people came or went. I did everything right, and I want to say that clearly, because for a long time afterward I tortured myself looking for the mistake, and there wasn't one. At least not the kind you're thinking. I was experienced. I'd been doing this since I was 15. I had good gear, a proper topographic map and a compass, and the skills to actually use them instead of relying on a phone that would be a dead brick out there anyway. I had a satellite messenger for emergencies, the kind that can fire off an SOS from anywhere with a view of the sky. I carried more than enough food and a water filter and layers for the cold that comes at altitude, even in summer. I filed a detailed trip plan with the ranger station and with my sister. My exact route, each night's planned campsite, my expected exit date, and a hard deadline after which she was under strict instructions to call, search, and rescue and not wait, not give me the benefit of the doubt, just call. I was careful. Being careful is why I'm alive. It just isn't why I'm okay, because I'm not. And I never really have been since. The first 2 days were everything I'd hoped for. The trail climbed hard up to the pass, brutal switchbacks with a heavy pack. And I loved it. That clean, total exhaustion that scrubs your head empty. I crested the pass on the second afternoon and looked down into the country. Beyond, and it was staggering. Endless folded ridges going blue into the distance, dark timber in the valleys. Not a single sign of a human being anywhere in any direction. No contrails even. Just wilderness, all the way to the horizon. I remember standing up there with the wind pulling at me and feeling, for the first time in about a year, genuinely alive. If I could go back and grab myself by the shoulders at that moment and tell me to turn around, I would. But I didn't know. It was beautiful. I went down the other side. The wrongness started on the third day, and like everything in these stories, it started so small that calling it wrongness at all feels like cheating in hindsight. I'd made camp in a little meadow beside a creek, deep in the timber now, well down the far side of the divide. It was a perfect spot, and I was in a great mood, and I did my whole evening routine. Filtered water, cooked dinner, hung my food bag well away from the tent, the way you do in bear country. And as I was finishing up, in that last blue light before real dark, I heard, from somewhere off in the trees, a sound. It was a knock. A single, hollow, wooden knock, like someone striking one piece of wood against another. Talk. I didn't think much of it. Woods are full of sounds, especially at dusk. And after 15 years of sleeping in them, I'd learned to let the sounds wash over me without reading meaning into every one. Branches fall. Dead trees pop and crack as the temperature drops. Animals move things around in the dark. I filed the knock under nothing and finished cleaning up and got into my tent. But a few minutes later, as I was lying there in the dark listening to the creek, I heard it again. And this time it came from a different direction, from the other side of my camp entirely. Talk. A single hollow wooden knock. And then, a while after that, once more, from a third place, farther out. Talk. 3 times from 3 different points around my camp, spread out over maybe 20 minutes. And I lay there in my sleeping bag, and I ran through the list, the comforting list every experienced backpacker keeps, and I assigned the sound to each item in turn. A woodpecker, working late. The trees themselves cooling and contracting, their old wood popping. A branch dropping and striking another on the way down. A rock knocked loose by a deer. Any of these was possible. Any of these was more likely than the thing I wasn't letting myself think. And eventually the knocking stopped, and the creek filled the silence back up, and I slept. In the morning, in clean, bright daylight, with coffee in my hands and the meadow gold around me, I'd forgotten about it entirely, or near enough. That's how it gets you. That's the whole method, I understand now. It gives you one small thing at a time, each one perfectly explainable, and it lets you explain it, lets you feel clever and calm and rational for explaining it one by one, night by night, right up until the morning you find something you cannot explain, and by then you are 4 days deep into the timber, and it is far, far too late to have listened to the very first knock. The 4th day is when I first felt watched. It's a specific feeling, and if you've spent real time alone in the wilderness, you know it, and you also know that it is almost always nothing. The human brain is a paranoid animal, shaped by 100,000 years of ancestors who survived precisely because they assumed the rustle in the grass was a predator, and being alone in deep country flips on every one of those ancient alarms. So when I started feeling it that 4th day, this persistent electric prickle between my shoulder blades, this unshakable sense of a presence pacing me just off the trail, I recognized it for what it usually is, and I dismissed it. I'd felt it on plenty of other trips, on plenty of lonely miles, and it had always been nothing, always passed within an hour, always turned out to be my own nervous system inventing a ghost. But this time, it did not pass. It stayed with me hour after hour after hour, all through that 4th day. And it had a quality I had never felt in it before. It wasn't vague, it wasn't a general unease. It had a location. It was always off to my left, in the timber, holding at about the same distance, and it moved when I moved, and it stopped when I stopped. I would halt on the trail to listen, and the feeling would halt too, poised, attentive. I told myself I was projecting the specificity, that a diffuse anxiety was fooling me into giving it a shape and a place. I sped up. The feeling sped up with me, easily, without strain, matching me stride for stride somewhere out there in the trees, and I could not walk fast enough to leave it behind. And some cold part of me noted that and understood what it meant long before the rest of me was willing to. Late that afternoon, I stopped to filter water at a stream crossing, and while I was crouched there, I heard something in the brush across the water. Not a knock this time, a footfall, the specific heavy, deliberate crunch of weight coming down on forest floor, and then a pause, and then another. 2 steps, then silence. I froze and stared into the trees on the far bank, and saw nothing. Just the dim green tangle of the understory. I told myself loudly, in my own head, that it was a deer. It was almost certainly a deer. There are deer everywhere out there. But a deer that hears you doesn't take 2 slow steps and then hold perfectly still, watching. A deer bolts. This thing had taken 2 steps and then chosen to stop and be silent, which is a thing that watches, not a thing that flees. I didn't finish filtering. I capped my bottle half full and got moving. That night I heard the knocking again, and this time I couldn't pretend. It was closer, and it had a pattern. Talk, pause. Talk, talk, pause. Talk. From the darkness around my tent, at the very edge of hearing, over and over for the better part of an hour. It was not random. Random things don't repeat a rhythm. Something out there in the dark was striking wood against wood in a deliberate sequence, and then waiting, as if for a response, and then doing it again. I lay in my tent, gripping my knife, my heart slamming, listening to it circle slowly through the trees around me, and I did the thing you do. I told myself every story I could to make it okay. Branches, owls, some animal I didn't know about. But underneath all the stories, a cold, older part of my brain had already understood, and it just kept saying the same thing quietly, over and over. That's not an animal. That's not an animal. Animals don't keep a beat. I barely slept. And in the gray of the next morning, day 5, I found the first thing I could actually see and touch, and that was when the trip stopped being a trip and became the thing I've never fully left. About 30 feet from my tent, at the edge of the meadow where the knocking had come from the night before, there were sticks stuck into the ground. Not fallen sticks, not natural debris. Sticks that had been broken deliberately to a length and pushed upright into the dirt, 4 of them in a rough, even line, evenly spaced, each about knee height. And leaning against them, laid carefully across the tops, were smaller sticks, forming a kind of low, crude structure, like a little fence or gate or a marker or a symbol whose meaning I couldn't read and didn't want to. It had a made quality to it, an intentionality, the unmistakable signature of a thing that had been assembled by something with hands, or something that could use its mouth like hands, something with a purpose. And it had absolutely not been there when I set up camp the evening before. I'd walked that exact edge of the meadow, gathering my thoughts before dinner. I would have seen it. Which meant that in the night, while I lay a stone's throw away in my tent, listening to the knocking and telling myself stories about woodpeckers, something had come out of the trees to within 30 feet of my sleeping body. Quietly enough that I never once heard a footstep, only the knocking, always the knocking, maybe to cover the sound of its work. And it had built this thing patiently in the dark, and left it standing there for me to find in the morning light. A message, or a boundary, or a claim. I want to be honest about my reaction, because I think it matters, and because I've never fully forgiven myself for it. I did not immediately flee. I've asked myself 10,000 times why not, and the only answer I've ever found is that fleeing would have meant fully admitting what was happening, and my mind was not ready to admit it, because admitting it meant admitting I was in the middle of something with no bottom to it. So instead, I did something almost eerily calm. I stood there and I studied it, the way you'd study a strange plant. I crouched down and looked at how the sticks were seated in the soil. And then, God help me, I actively talked myself out of it. I decided it might be old, might be some marker left by a long-ago hiker or a wildlife researcher's survey plot. Might even have been there all along, and I'd simply missed it in the dusk. Every one of those explanations was a lie, and some part of me knew it, but I needed them. So I believed them for exactly as long as it took to do the next thing, which was worse. I knocked it down. I don't fully know why. Some deep instinct to unsee it, to erase the evidence, to prove to myself with my own hands that it was only sticks, and only I could stack them or scatter them. I kicked the uprights over, and I scattered the pieces across the meadow grass, and then I packed up my camp faster than I ever have. And I got on the trail, and I told myself, with a confidence I did not feel, that I would simply hike hard all day and put miles of country between me and that particular haunted meadow, and that by nightfall I'd be far away, and this would all be behind me. I believed almost none of it. But you keep walking. What else is there to do but keep walking? That was the day it started using the voice. I was a few hours down the trail in deep old timber now, the biggest trees I'd ever seen. The kind of forest where the canopy closes over you and the light comes down green and dim even at midday and everything is muffled and close. I'd been hiking hard, trying to outpace the feeling, which was still there, still off to my left, patient. And then from that direction, from the timber, I heard a voice call my name. I'm not going to be able to make you feel what that was like, standing alone in that dim green cathedral of a forest and hearing a voice say my name. It said it, my actual name, my first name, clearly and distinctly, in a tone that was almost right, almost a normal human call, the way you'd cup your hands and shout to a friend across a canyon or a field. Except it was slightly, deeply wrong, in a way that reached into some old part of me and squeezed. The pitch was a little off, a little flat and toneless. The vowels were stretched, held a half beat too long, the whole word warped as though it were being played back at not quite the right speed by something that had heard human speech but did not itself speak, did not understand it, was only reproducing the shape of it. And the thing that broke something in my chest, standing frozen on that trail with one foot still lifted, was the simple, impossible fact of it. No living person on earth knew I was there. Not one. My sister knew my route, but she was hundreds of miles away in another state. There was not a single human being within a day's hard travel of me in any direction. No one who could know my name, no one who could speak it, and something back in the timber off to my left had just called it out to me across the trees. I didn't answer. I want to be clear about that because it's the hinge the whole rest of my life turned on. Every instinct in a human body screams to answer your own name. That's what it's for. That's what the call is designed to exploit. The deep, automatic reflex to respond, to call back, to move toward the voice that knows you. And somehow, standing there, Some colder and older instinct overrode it, and I understood with total clarity that answering was the one thing I must never do, that my voice was the thing it wanted, that the moment I gave it back a sound it could learn from and answer, I was finished. So I clamped my jaw shut until my teeth hurt, and I kept walking, faster now, my whole skin crawling and prickling like it wanted to leave my body. And after a minute, it called again, from a little farther ahead this time, and off to the right, as though it had circled around and gotten in front of me, moving through terrain that should have taken far longer to cross than the time it had. My name, in that stretched, wrong, patient voice. And then a third time, closer, and this time it wasn't only my name. This time it added words. It called my name, and then it said, in that same warped, almost voice, "I'm over here," which is exactly the thing a lost and injured hiker calls out, which is exactly the thing that would make a decent person leave the safety of the trail and push into the trees to help. I kept walking. I did not go over there. I have never been more certain of anything in my life than I was, in that moment, that whatever was calling from the timber was not a person, was not lost, did not need help, and that walking toward that voice was the same thing as walking into my own grave. I hiked until it was almost too dark to see. Far longer than I should have, because the idea of stopping and making camp while that thing was near me was unbearable. When I finally, exhausted, set up my tent in a cramped spot among the roots of the huge trees, I did it fast and I got inside, and I sat up with my knife and my headlamp off, listening, and for a while there was nothing. And then, closer than it had ever been, right outside my tent, in the pitch black, I heard breathing, slow, heavy, deliberate breathing, in and out, the sound of a large thing standing just beyond the thin wall of nylon, close enough to touch. I stopped breathing myself, and after a long, long moment, the breathing was replaced by another sound, a soft one, a sound I'll hear until I die. It was the sound of my own name whispered, right against the fabric of the tent, inches from my head. Just my name, whispered, almost gently, and then nothing. Silence. It was gone, or it was standing there in total silence, and I could not tell which, and I sat frozen until dawn. Day 6, I made a decision that I still believe saved my life. I abandoned the loop. I was supposed to continue deeper into the wilderness, another 3 or 4 days out to the far basins before the trail curved back. Instead, that morning, I turned around. I decided to hike back the way I'd come, back up over the divide and out the way I'd entered, and get out of that country as fast as my legs would carry me. It meant a hard climb back up to the pass, but it meant heading toward the exit, toward the trailhead, toward people. I told myself that if I could just get back over the divide, back to the front side, I'd be okay. I didn't let myself think too hard about the fact that going back meant re-entering the same stretch of timber where all of it had happened. And here is the detail that I have never been able to explain, the one I turn over in my mind more than any other, the one that tells me this thing was not merely following me, but was thinking, planning, reasoning about me the way I reason about it now. As I hiked back that day, retracing my own steps from the days before, I came again upon the meadow with the little stick structure, the one I had knocked flat and scattered across the grass the morning before with my own hands, deliberately. Except it wasn't scattered anymore. It had been rebuilt. In the exact same spot, the same 4 uprights, driven into the same soil, the same smaller sticks laid across their tops in the same pattern, patiently reassembled. But that wasn't the part that stopped me cold in the middle of the trail. The part that stopped me was that there were more of them now. Not one structure, but a whole line of them, a dozen at least, maybe more, marching along the edge of the trail one after another, each one built with that same unhurried care. And they ran ahead of me down the path in the exact direction I now had to walk to get out. Not behind me where I'd been, ahead of me along my only route home. I stood there, and I did the math, and the math was a horror. I had turned back that morning on a decision I made alone, in my own head, spur of the moment, telling no one, no living thing, and this thing had known. It had known I would turn around. It had known I would come back this way. And it had spent the hours since rebuilding what I destroyed and multiplying it, and lining it up along the corridor of my retreat, like a thing setting a table before a guest arrives, like a thing that had run the whole scenario forward in its mind and prepared for the version where I fled. It was not reacting to me anymore. It was anticipating me. And I understood then, standing among those neat, terrible little markers in the green half-light, with a calm that was somehow so much worse than panic that I was not being followed by an animal that had taken an interest in me. I was being worked by something that understood how I thought, and was several moves ahead, and had all the patience in the world. I walked that gauntlet of markers because I had no choice. The trail was the only way through, and the whole time it paced me, off in the trees, and now it made no effort to hide. I could hear it moving parallel to me, heavy and unhurried, snapping brush, and every so often it would knock, talk, or call my name in that stretched voice, or worst of all, it would make other sounds, a child crying once, from off in the timber, a small child crying and calling for help, so real and so pitiful that even knowing what I knew, even understanding it was bait, I had to physically grip a tree and squeeze my eyes shut to keep from turning toward it. It knew somehow that a crying child is the one sound a human being cannot ignore. It was trying everything. It was running through its whole repertoire of the sounds that make people leave the trail. And I was refusing all of them, and I could feel it getting frustrated, getting closer, getting bolder. That night, my last night out there, though I didn't know it yet, I did not set up my tent. The tent had come to feel like exactly what it was, a thin bag of nylon that hid me from nothing, that only served to blind me while it watched. I found instead a place where two of the enormous old trees had fallen years ago and come to rest against each other, their trunks forming a low, tight shelter with solid, ancient wood at my back and on one side. I wedged myself into that pocket so that nothing could come at me from behind, so that whatever it was would have to come at me from the front, where I could see it, and I sat with my knife open in my hand, and my pack across my legs, and my back pressed hard against the log, and I made myself a promise that I would not sleep, and I did not. All night, I watched the darkness and I listened to it move around me. It circled, slow and heavy and unhurried, and it breathed, and every so often it whispered. My name, always just my name, from different distances, sometimes far and sometimes so close I could have wept. It tried the knocking. It tried once the crying child again, off in the trees, and I gripped the log behind me until the bark cut my palms. It was working through everything it had, patiently, testing every door, and I kept them all shut. And at one point, deep in the dead middle of the night, in the faint gray-blue wash of a half-moon, coming through the canopy, I saw it. Just for a second, at the absolute edge of what my dark, adjusted eyes could make out, between two trees, maybe 40 feet off, there was a shape, upright, Tall, too tall, taller than a man, and too narrow and wrong in its proportions, in a way I still can't describe except to say that every instinct I have recoiled from it. And it was still, utterly, impossibly still, the way nothing alive is ever quite still, standing there and facing me, watching me exactly the way I was watching it. I stared at that shape, and it stared back, and neither of us moved, and I understood, with the cold, flat certainty that had kept me alive all week, that the stillness was a test too, that it was waiting for me to look away, to blink for too long, to let my exhausted eyes slip closed for even a moment, and that the instant I did, it would cross those 40 feet without a sound and be on me. So I did not look away. I kept my burning, streaming eyes fixed on that shape between the trees, and I dug my thumbnail into my own palm to stay awake, and I watched it, and it watched me, for what must have been an hour, maybe two, a silent contest of pure endurance in the dark. And when the sky at last began, mercifully, to gray toward morning, the shape did not run, did not flee, showed no fear at all. It simply, slowly, stopped being there, withdrawing back into the deep timber as the light came up, unhurried, in no danger, in no rush, a thing that had all the time in the world and simply understood that its window for that night had closed. It left the way a patient hunter leaves a stand at dawn, not defeated, just done for now. The seventh day, I hiked out of that country like something possessed, up and over the divide, back to the pass, and the moment I crested it and started down the front side, the feeling, the presence off to my left, the thing that had walked beside me for 4 days, was gone, just gone. I felt it lift off me the way a fever breaks. Whatever it was, it belonged to the far side, to the deep country past the divide, and it did not follow me over the pass. I have thought a great deal about the fact that it stopped at that boundary, that it had a territory, and it stayed within it. And I don't know what to do with that thought except to be grateful I made it to the edge of it. I got to the trailhead a full day and a half ahead of schedule, having covered ground I'd have said was impossible. And I sat in my car and shook for a long time before I could drive. I used my satellite messenger to tell my sister I was out and safe, early. And when I drove back through that little town 2 hours down the dirt road, I stopped at the ranger station, and I did something I almost didn't do, because I knew how it would sound. I told a ranger, an older man, what had happened. All of it. The knocking, the sticks, the voice, the shape. I expected him to look at me the way my two friends later would. He didn't. He got very quiet, and he listened to the whole thing without interrupting. And when I finished, he didn't tell me I was crazy, and he didn't tell me what it was. He just asked me one question. He asked me if I'd gone past Harlow Basin, over the divide, into the old growth on the far side. And when I said yes, that's exactly where it started, he nodded slowly, like I'd confirmed something, and he said, "We don't send people back there anymore. We don't maintain those trails. If it's up to me, we let them grow over." And that was all he would say. I asked him what he meant, what was back there. Had other people reported things, and he just shook his head and said, "You made it out. A lot of people, that country, they file a trip plan, and they just don't come back. And we go looking, and we don't find anything. You made it out, and you turned around when you did. That was smart. Go home." And he wouldn't say another word about it. I looked it up later, of course. I spent months looking it up, and here's what I found, and here's what I couldn't find. I found that the wilderness area past the divide had, in fact, An unusually high number of missing persons cases going back decades. Solo hikers, mostly. Experienced ones, who filed careful plans and were never seen again. No bodies, no gear, nothing. Just gone into that green blank space on the map. I found forum posts, a handful from other people, describing knocking sounds and mimicked voices in remote, deep woods, always dismissed in the replies as owls or foxes or imagination. And I found that the far side of that divide was, genuinely, some of the least visited backcountry in the entire region. Trails officially unmaintained, which is the government's polite way of saying, we have stopped pretending anyone should go there. I never found out what it was. I've made my peace with never knowing. I know the shapes of the explanations people offer. That it was a person, some feral hermit living out there who'd learned to mimic. That it was a bear or a bird making sounds I misread. That it was exhaustion and altitude and fear turning ordinary noises into a nightmare. And maybe one of those. On my good days, I even believe it. But none of those explanations rebuilds a structure of sticks I scattered and then makes 12 more and lines them up along my only way out because it knew I'd have to come back. None of them stands 40 feet away at the edge of the dark, too tall and too still, and waits all night, patient, for me to close my eyes. Whatever it was intelligent, and it was patient. And it was hunting me with a strategy, and its strategy was not force. Its strategy was to make me come to it, to call and knock and cry like a child, and whisper my name until I made the one mistake, until I answered or walked off the trail, or looked away, or fell asleep. Force was never its plan. Its plan was to wait for me to hand myself over. And the only reason I'm alive is that some deep, old animal part of me understood that from the very first knock, and never, ever gave it what it wanted. So that's the whole thing in order, exactly as it happened. I don't hike anymore. People think that's an overreaction, and I let them think it. But I know what I know. There is country out there, deep and green and empty on the map, that is not as empty as it looks, and there is something in it that has learned our voices, that knows to cry like a lost child, that will walk beside you for days just out of sight, waiting with a patience that isn't human for you to make one small, natural, fatal mistake. If you're the kind of person who goes deep into the woods alone, I won't tell you to stop because I know you won't. So I'll tell you the only thing that matters, the thing that kept me alive. If you're out there past the last trailhead, in the deep timber where you know for a fact that no other person could possibly be, and something calls, your name, do not answer it. Do not go to it. Do not look for the crying child. Keep your eyes open, keep your back to something solid, and get out the way you came. Because it isn't a person. And the moment it hears you answer, it knows it has you. I answered nothing. For 4 days and 3 nights. That's the whole reason there's anyone here to tell you this at all. I still don't tell most people about this because when I say it out loud, it sounds like I made it up to get attention. But it happened. And I've never really shaken the feeling it left behind. My name is Wes. And I was 26 when my grandmother passed. She left me her house, this old 2-story place out past the edge of a small town in southern Ohio, surrounded by fields and not much else. Nobody in my family wanted to deal with clearing it out, so that job landed on me. I took a week off work, packed a bag, and drove up alone. The plan was simple. Sort through her things, decide what to keep, and get the place ready to sell. I figured a few quiet days in the country would almost be relaxing. That was the whole idea in my head anyway. The first day went fine. I filled boxes, ate a sandwich standing over the kitchen sink, and listened to music off my phone to fill the silence. The house was the way I remembered it from being a kid, just older and emptier. Same faded wallpaper with tiny yellow flowers. Same smell of coffee and old paper that seemed baked into the walls. By the time it got dark outside, I'd made real progress, and I felt pretty good about how the week was going to go. That first night is when things started. Though I didn't understand it at the time, I was upstairs in the small bedroom my grandmother used as a guest room, lying in bed and scrolling on my phone. The house had gone completely quiet the way houses do out in the country, where there are no cars and no neighbors close enough to hear. And in that quiet, I noticed something downstairs. It wasn't loud. It was the sound of the floorboards in the living room settling, the way old wood does when the temperature drops at night. I told myself that was all it was, and honestly, it probably was that first time. But then I heard it move. The settling sound traveled. It went from one side of the living room toward the hallway, slow and even, spaced out the way footsteps would be if someone was walking carefully and trying not to make noise. I lay there, holding my breath, telling myself the wood was just cooling down in a pattern, and that my brain was connecting dots that weren't really there. I was a grown man alone in an empty house, and I refused to let myself get spooked over nothing. So I did what any tired person would do. I set my phone on the nightstand, turned off the lamp, and closed my eyes. The house went silent again. Whatever it was, it stopped the moment I stopped listening for it. I fell asleep eventually, and by morning I had mostly forgotten about it. Sunlight makes everything from the night before feel small and silly. I made coffee in her old kitchen, opened the windows, and got back to work like nothing had happened. If it had ended there, I never would have thought about that house again. But the second night was worse, and the third night is the reason I left before the week was over. The second day, I worked even harder than the first, partly because I wanted to finish early, and partly because I wanted to be tired enough that night to sleep straight through without noticing anything. I told myself the noises had been nothing, and staying busy was the best way to prove it. So I spent hours in the attic pulling down old boxes, going through decades of photos and letters and things my grandmother had held onto, for reasons only she understood. There was a lot of dust up there, and by mid-afternoon my hands were black with it, and my back was sore. Around 4 o'clock, I found a box of home videos, old tapes, the kind that need a player nobody owns anymore, all labeled in her handwriting. Christmas mornings, birthdays, a family reunion from before I was even born. I sat on the attic floor holding them for a while, and I felt this heavy sadness settle over me, the kind that comes when you realize a whole person is gone and all that's left is a box of tapes and a house full of stuff. I carried them downstairs to keep, and I think that heaviness stayed with me the rest of the day. Maybe it made me more sensitive to things. Maybe it just made me tired. I honestly don't know anymore. I made dinner that evening. Nothing fancy, just pasta I brought with me and a jar of sauce I found in her pantry that was somehow still good. I ate at the kitchen table where I used to eat as a kid, and the whole time I had this odd sensation, like the house was too quiet even for a quiet house. It's hard to explain. It felt less like peaceful silence and more like the silence you get when something's being careful not to make a sound. I remember stopping mid-bite once and just listening, fork in my hand, without really knowing why I was listening at all. I cleaned up, watched a few videos on my phone in the living room, and around 11 I decided to head up to bed. I turned off the downstairs lights one by one, and I remember standing at the bottom of the staircase for a second, looking up into the dark at the top. The hallway light was off, and the darkness up there felt thicker than it should have. I flipped on my phone's flashlight, which was a little embarrassing to do as a grown adult in an empty house, but I did it anyway, and I went up. I got into bed, and this time I kept the lamp on for a while. I wasn't scared exactly, but I wasn't relaxed either. I lay there reading on my phone, and the house stayed quiet. And slowly I started to feel foolish for being on edge. So I turned the lamp off. That's when I heard the tapes. In the living room right below me, there was a soft sound, a kind of dry shifting, like something heavy being moved just an inch or two across a wooden surface. It came from exactly where I had left that box of home videos on the coffee table. My whole body went stiff. I stared at the ceiling, which was really the floor of the room I was in, and I waited to hear it again. It came a second time. Not louder, just clearer, like whatever was moving the box had grown more sure of itself. I remember my heart doing this slow, heavy thing in my chest, each beat feeling too big for my body. I told myself it was the box settling, that maybe I'd left it half on the edge of the table and it had slid. That made sense. That was a normal thing that could happen. Then I heard a footstep on the stairs. I want to be clear about how this sounded because this is the part that changed everything for me. It was not the house settling. It was weight. It was the specific, unmistakable groan of a stair tread bending under a person's foot, followed by the softer creak of the next one up, slow, deliberate, one at a time. Something was climbing the staircase in the dark, and it was taking its time. I couldn't move. I have heard people say that before, and I always thought it was an exaggeration. That of course you can move, you just choose not to. But I'm telling you, I lay there absolutely frozen, my eyes locked on the bedroom doorway, which was a rectangle of darkness, slightly less black than the walls around it. The steps kept coming. 3, 4, 5. There were 14 stairs in that house. I knew because I'd counted them 100 times as a kid. I lost track somewhere around 8, because that's when they stopped. Whatever it was had reached the top of the stairs, and now it was standing in the hallway. I couldn't see it. I could only feel that the quality of the silence had changed again. That same careful, watchful stillness from dinner, except now it was 15 feet away from me on the other side of a doorway with no door I could close. I lay there, and I did the only thing my frozen body would let me do, which was breathe as shallowly as I possibly could, and pray that whatever was out there could not tell I was awake. I don't know how long I stayed like that. It felt like an hour. It was probably a few minutes. And the whole time, I had the worst feeling I have ever had in my life. This certainty deep in my gut that something was standing just outside my door in the dark, listening to me the same way I was listening to it, and that it was patient, and that it was in no hurry at all. Eventually, without any sound of retreat, without footsteps going back down, the feeling lifted. The stillness relaxed, and somehow that was almost worse, because it meant whatever had been there hadn't left. It had simply stopped mattering that I noticed. I did not sleep at all that night. I lay awake with my phone clutched in my hand until the window turned gray, and only when actual daylight filled the room did I let myself close my eyes. Morning came, and with it came that same trick daylight always plays, where the fear from the night before shrinks down into something you can almost laugh at. Almost. I lay in bed watching the ceiling brighten, and I ran through every reasonable explanation I could think of. Old houses make noise, wood expands and contracts. My mind was tired and grieving and primed to hear things. A raccoon or a possum could have gotten inside somewhere and been moving around the walls. All of that was true, and all of it was possible. And I clung to those explanations like a life raft, because the alternative was something I did not want to hold in my head. But when I finally got up and walked out to the hallway, I stopped cold. The box of home videos, the one I had left on the coffee table downstairs, was sitting in the middle of the hallway floor, right outside my bedroom door. I stood there staring at it for a long time. I remember the exact way the morning light came through the little window at the end of the hall and fell across the top of that box, and the way my own handwriting looked on the side where I'd scribbled the word keep the day before. I had carried it downstairs. I knew I had. I could picture setting it on the coffee table. And now it was up here on the second floor, positioned neatly in the hall like someone had wanted me to find it first thing when I woke up. I want to tell you, I ran out of the house right then. Any sensible person would have. But grief does strange things to you, and so does denial. And there was a part of me that simply refused to accept what was happening. I told myself I must have carried it up in the middle of the night. Maybe I'd sleepwalked. I had never done that in my life, not once. But it was easier to invent a brand new sleep disorder for myself than to admit that something else had put that box there. I picked it up. My hands were shaking, but I picked it up, and I carried it back downstairs, and I set it on the kitchen table this time, where I could keep an eye on it. Then I made coffee, and I sat, and I tried to think clearly. Here is where I made the decision that I still don't fully understand. I decided to stay. I know how that sounds. But you have to understand my situation. I had told my whole family I'd handle the house. I had taken the week off work, driven all that way, and I had barely made a dent in 50 years of belongings. If I left after 2 nights and told everyone I'd gotten scared, I would never live it down. My cousins already thought I was the sensitive one. And more than that, I think some stubborn part of me wanted to prove to myself that I hadn't lost my mind, that there was a normal explanation, and that a grown man could spend a few nights in his dead grandmother's house without falling apart. So I stayed. And I worked. And I spent that entire 3rd day doing something I'm not proud of, which was following myself around the house, building a case that everything was fine. I checked every window to make sure they were locked. They were. I checked the front and back doors. Both locked, both with the deadbolts thrown, exactly as I'd left them. I looked for signs of an animal, droppings or chewed wires or a gap in the foundation where something could get in. I found nothing. The house was sealed up tight, and I was the only living thing inside it. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because if nothing could get in, and I was the only one there, then the box on the coffee table should never have moved at all. Around midday, I called my mom just to hear a normal voice. I didn't tell her what was happening. I asked how she was, said the sorting was going slow, made a joke about how much stuff Grandma had kept. And near the end of the call, right as I was about to hang up, she said something that put a cold weight in my stomach. She asked how I was sleeping in that house, and before I could answer, she said, kind of quietly, that Grandma had never liked being in it alone at night herself. That in her last few years, she'd started sleeping with the hall light on and the radio playing. And when anyone asked her why, she'd just say she didn't like the quiet, that she felt like the quiet was listening to her. I laughed it off on the phone. I said something about old people and their habits. But after I hung up, I sat in that kitchen for a long, long time, and I thought about the way the silence had felt at dinner the night before, and the way it had changed when the thing reached the top of the stairs. The quiet is listening to you. That was exactly it. That was the exact feeling I hadn't been able to put into words. And my grandmother had felt it too for years. Alone in this house, until it finally became too much and she started leaving the light on just to fall asleep. I did not want to spend a third night there, but it was already late. Afternoon by then, the sun was dropping, and the nearest motel was over 40 minutes away. Down dark country roads I didn't know well. I made a bargain with myself. One more night. I'd leave every light in the house on. I'd stay up late, work until I dropped, and in the morning I'd finish as fast as I could and drive home a day early, and no one would ever have to know why. It seemed like a good plan. It felt like control. Looking back, I think that's the thing about being alone in a place like that. You keep making little bargains and little plans because they let you believe you're the one deciding what happens. And the whole time, something else has already decided, and it's just waiting for the dark to come back. I kept every light in the house burning that night. Downstairs, upstairs, the bathroom, the hallway, even the little lamp in my grandmother's old bedroom that I hadn't gone into once all week. I went around flipping switches like I was warding something off. And I suppose in a way I was. The house glowed. From the outside, it must have looked like a party was going on. This one bright box sitting in the middle of all those black empty fields with no other light for miles. I told myself the brightness would help. That whatever this was, it lived in the dark and the quiet, and I could keep it away by refusing to give it either one. I set myself up in the living room instead of the bedroom. I dragged a blanket down, made a pot of coffee I had no intention of finishing, and put my phone on the coffee table, with a video playing so there would be sound and light, and the feeling of another human voice in the room. I figured I'd work as long as I could, then sit up all night if I had to, and drive home the second the sun came up. Just get through the dark. That was the entire goal. For a few hours, it actually worked. I sorted through a cabinet of old dishes, wrapped the ones worth keeping in newspaper, and let the noise from my phone fill the space. Every so often, I'd catch myself glancing at the staircase, but nothing happened. The house stayed bright and ordinary and dull. By around 1 in the morning, I had almost convinced myself that light really was the answer, that I'd cracked it, that I was going to make it through fine. Then the power went out. Not with any warning, not a flicker or a dimming the way it does before a storm. Every light in the house died at the exact same instant. And the video on my phone kept playing, but its little glow suddenly felt like nothing, like a match struck at the bottom of a well. The dark that rushed in was total. Out there in the country, with no streetlights and no moon that night, the darkness was a physical thing. I couldn't see my own hand. I couldn't see the coffee table a foot in front of me. I could only see that small rectangle of light in my grip, and the tiny circle it threw, and beyond that, nothing at all. I sat completely still. My first thought, the sane one, was a blown fuse or a tripped breaker or a line down somewhere from the wind. Normal things. Country power goes out all the time, but there was no wind that night. The air outside had been dead calm when I checked the doors at sunset. And every light in the house going out together, all at once, clean, like something had reached over and pulled them all down in a single motion, did not feel like a fuse. I turned my phone's flashlight on. I didn't want to. My hands did it on their own, some animal instinct that needed to see. And I pointed it at the staircase because some part of me already knew that was where I needed to look. There was nothing there. Just the stairs going up into the black, the little beam of my light losing itself somewhere around the 4th or 5th step. But the feeling was back. That careful, watchful stillness, except now it wasn't 15 feet away behind a doorway. Now it filled the whole house. The quiet was listening to me, and this time it was close, and it was all around. and there was no light left to hide behind. I heard my grandmother's bedroom door open upstairs. I knew the sound. I'd heard it earlier that day when I went around turning on lamps. That particular slow groan the hinges made. A sound I could have picked out of 100 other doors. It was the only door in the house that made that exact noise, and I had left it standing open when I turned on the lamp in there. I was certain of it. So there was no reason on earth for it to open now, because it was already open, unless something had closed it in the dark first and was now opening it again on its way out. Then I heard the footsteps in the upstairs hall. Same as before. Weight on the boards. Slow, patient, one after another, moving from the bedroom toward the top of the stairs. Except this time there was no bargaining left in me, no explanation I could reach for, because I was wide awake and sitting up and staring at the staircase with the light in my hand, and I was about to watch whatever it was come down. The steps reached the top of the stairs and started down. I heard the first tread take the weight and groan. I want you to understand that I still could not see anything. My flashlight was pointed right at the stairs, and there was nothing there. No shape, no figure, nothing my eyes could hold on to. And yet the sound of something descending was as real and as solid as my own breathing. A second stair. A third. Whatever it was coming down toward me in the dark, and my light showed me empty steps, bending and creaking under a weight that wasn't there. That's when the video on my phone cut out. The screen didn't die. It just stopped, froze, and in the sudden absence of that little bit of sound, the house became so silent that I could hear the blood moving in my own ears. And into that silence, from somewhere at the bottom of the stairs, close now, closer than the footsteps should have gotten, I heard a voice. It was my grandmother's voice, soft, tired exactly the way she sounded near the end. And it said my name. Just my name. Wes. The way she used to say it when I was small and she was calling me in from the yard for dinner. Gentle. Familiar. And so wrong, because she had been dead for 3 weeks, and I was the only living person for miles. And the thing at the bottom of the stairs was using the one voice in the world it knew I could not ignore. I did not answer it. Something deep and old inside me, older than reason, knew with total certainty that answering was the worst thing I could possibly do. That if I said anything back, if I gave it even one word, I would be telling it exactly where I was and that I was listening. And that whatever careful, patient game it had been playing for 3 nights would be over. So I clamped my hand over my own mouth, and I sat frozen in the dark with my grandmother's voice calling my name from the foot of the stairs, and I have never in my life been more afraid than I was in that moment. The voice called my name a second time, and it was closer. That was the thing that finally broke whatever was holding me still. It hadn't taken a step. There had been no groan of a floorboard, no sound of movement across the room, nothing to tell me it had come nearer. And yet the second time it said Wes, the voice was no longer at the bottom of the stairs. It was right in front of me, on the other side of the coffee table, in the dark just past the edge of my little circle of light. It had crossed the whole room without a single sound. And now it was close enough that if I had reached out my arm, I might have touched whatever was making that sound. I don't remember deciding to run. My body simply did it. I was up and moving before my mind caught up, my phone clutched in my fist with its thin beam swinging wildly across the walls, and I went for the front door with everything I had. I could hear myself making some kind of noise, a low panicked sound I couldn't stop. And behind me, all through the house, the footsteps started again. Except now there were more of them. Not one set on the stairs, many. All over the house at once, upstairs and down, in the kitchen and the hall, and right behind me, a whole flood of slow, deliberate footfalls. as if the thing that had been so patient for 3 nights had finally decided it no longer needed to be just one thing. I hit the front door, and my hands couldn't work the deadbolt. I had thrown it myself at sunset, and now my fingers were shaking so badly I couldn't turn it, and the whole time the voice kept saying my name, closer and closer, softer and softer, right at the back of my neck. Wes. Wes. Come here, Wes. I got the bolt turned. I yanked the door open, and I ran out into the dark and the cold with no shoes and no jacket and no thought in my head except getting to my car. The car started on the first try, thank God. I threw it into reverse, spun out of that gravel driveway, and drove. I didn't slow down until I hit the main road, and I didn't stop until I was in the parking lot of a gas station on the edge of town where the lights were on. And there was another human being behind the counter. I sat in that lot until sunrise, shaking, jumping at nothing, watching the dark road in my mirror the whole time. Here's the part, and I've never been able to explain, the part I think about the most. When I finally went back in the daylight, with my cousin along because I refused to go alone, the house was fine. The power was on. Every light I had left burning was still burning, bright and steady in the morning sun, like it had never gone out at all. There was no blown fuse, no tripped breaker, nothing wrong with the panel when the electric company came out and checked it later that week. The box of home videos was sitting on the kitchen table, exactly where I'd left it. My grandmother's bedroom door was standing open, the lamp inside still glowing. Everything was normal. Everything was exactly as it should be. My cousin looked at me like I'd lost my mind, and honestly, I couldn't blame him. Standing there in the daylight, I almost believed I had. We finished clearing the house over the next 2 days, both of us together, and I never spent another night in it. It sold that fall to a young family from out of state, and I never told them anything, because what would I even say? I hope they leave the lights on. I hope the quiet stays quiet for them. I try not to think about it. But there's one more thing, and it's the reason I still don't sleep with the closet door open. The reason I still can't stand a completely silent house. A few months after the sale, I finally got up the nerve to watch those home videos. I'd found someone who could transfer the old tapes to a format I could play. Christmas mornings, birthdays, the family reunion, all of it. Hours of my grandmother, young and healthy and laughing. And it was good to see her like that before everything. I watched them alone one night, which maybe I shouldn't have. And on the very last tape, near the end, there was a stretch of footage nobody had labeled. Just the inside of her house, filmed in the dark, the camera not moving, pointed at the bottom of the staircase. It went on for several minutes with nothing happening. I almost turned it off. Then, in the dark at the top of the stairs, something leaned into the frame and looked down at the camera. I couldn't make out a face. I could only see that it was tall, far too tall, and that it stayed there for a long moment, perfectly still, watching. And then, quiet and tired and gentle, in my grandmother's voice, it said a name. It wasn't her name. It was mine. Recorded on a tape that was made years before she died. Years before I ever set foot in that house alone. Something in there had been saying my name, waiting for me, long before I ever arrived. I've never watched it again. But I've never been able to delete it either. It's still on my computer, in a folder I don't open. And some nights, when the house is very quiet, I swear I can feel it in there, patient as ever, waiting for me to press play so it can start calling me again. Story 2. People always ask me why I quit a job that paid well and had good benefits, and I usually just tell them the hours weren't for me. That's the easy answer, and it's not even a lie, because the hours really were the problem. Just not in the way they think. My name is Dale. And for about 8 months, I worked overnight security at a self-storage facility on the outskirts of a city in Arizona. If you've never seen one of these places at 3 in the morning, you can't really understand what I'm about to tell you. But I'll try to explain it the best I can. The facility was huge. Rows and rows of orange metal doors, some in climate-controlled buildings and some out in the open air, spread across maybe 6 acres of desert lot with a chain-link fence around the whole thing. During the day, it was a normal, boring place. People came and went, loaded couches into trucks, argued about late fees at the front office. But at night, everyone left. The office closed at 6. And from 6 in the evening until 6 in the morning, it was just me, one guy, in a little booth by the front gate, responsible for the entire property. The job itself was almost nothing. I sat in the booth, watched a bank of security monitors, and once every couple of hours I'd do a walking patrol through the rows to make sure no doors had been forced and nobody had hopped the fence. Most nights I saw nobody. That was the point of the job, really. Just to be a body there, a warm presence that made the insurance company happy and gave any would-be thief a reason to think twice. I brought books. I did a lot of studying for a certification I was working on. It was on paper the easiest money I ever made. For the first few months, it genuinely was easy. The desert nights were quiet in a way I actually liked. I'd sit in my booth with a thermos of coffee, do my patrols, watch the monitors, and the hours would go by. Sometimes a car would slow down out on the road and I'd watch it, but it always kept going. Once in a while, a cat would set off a motion light between the rows, and I'd see it dart across a monitor. Small stuff, nothing that ever made me nervous. The thing that eventually made me quit started so small that I almost didn't notice it at all. And that's the part that still gets to me. Looking back, it didn't announce itself. It crept in so gradually that by the time I understood something was wrong, I'd already been living with it for weeks. It began with Unit 114. Unit 114 was in one of the outdoor rows near the back of the property, in a section that didn't get a lot of traffic even during the day. It was a standard middle-sized unit, one of the orange roll-down doors, nothing special about it. I only started paying attention to it because of the monitors. See, the security cameras were motion-activated for recording, but the live feeds ran all the time. I had 12 screens in my booth, showing different parts of the property. And after a few months of staring at them every night, you get to know them. You know which light flickers, which camera has a smudge on the lens, which corner the tumbleweeds always collect in. Your brain builds a map of what normal looks like, and it gets very good at flagging anything that doesn't fit. That's just what happens when you watch the same 12 rectangles for 12 hours a night. And one night, around 2 in the morning, my brain flagged Unit 114. It was a small thing. The camera that covered that row showed all the doors in a line, receding into the distance, lit by the pale glow of the overhead lights. And I noticed that the door of 114 wasn't sitting quite right. It wasn't open. It was closed, but there was a thin, dark line along the bottom edge, like it hadn't come all the way down to the ground, like it was open by an inch. Now, that's not scary. Doors get left a little open all the time. People don't pull them down all the way, or the latch doesn't catch. I made a note to check it on my next patrol, and I did. And when I got out there and shone my flashlight on it, the door was fully closed, sitting flush against the concrete. No gap at all. I figured the camera angle had played a trick on me, or the shadows had made it look open when it wasn't. I lock-checked it, meaning I gave the handle a pull to make sure it was secured, and it was. I went back to my booth and forgot about it. 2 nights later, same thing. Around the same time, a little after 2, I glanced at that monitor, and 114 had the gap along the bottom again. And again, when I walked out there, The door was shut tight. This time I stood in front of it a little longer. It was a warm night, the way desert nights are even in the cooler months, and I remember the quiet out there in the back rows was different from the quiet up front. Fuller somehow. Up by the road, you could at least hear the occasional car in the distance. Back there, surrounded by metal doors on all sides, it was so still that my own footsteps sounded loud. I told myself the door had a bad spring, that it was slowly creeping up over the course of the night, and then something, temperature, vibration, settling, was letting it come back down before I got there. It didn't quite make sense, but it was a normal-sounding explanation, and at that point I still wanted normal-sounding explanations. So I accepted it, and I moved on. Then I started noticing the pattern in the recordings. Part of my job was to review any motion-triggered footage from the night before, at the start of my shift, just to log anything unusual for the day staff. Usually it was nothing. A cat, a bird, a plastic bag blowing through. But I pulled up the footage from Unit 114's row out of curiosity, wanting to see the door creep open the way I'd convinced myself it did. And here's the thing. The camera never recorded the door moving, not once. The motion sensor was sensitive enough to trigger on a cat 40 feet away, but a door supposedly rolling up a full inch, right in the center of the frame, never set it off a single time. On the recordings, the door was always closed, flush to the ground. It was only on the live feed in the moment that I ever saw the gap. I sat with that for a while. It bothered me more than I wanted to admit because it meant one of two things. Either I was imagining the gap every time, seeing something on the live monitor that wasn't really there, or the door was opening in a way the cameras couldn't capture. Neither of those was a comfortable thought. And I want to be honest with you, at this point, I still wasn't scared. I was just puzzled, the way you'd be puzzled by any little mystery at work. I even started looking forward to it a bit, checking the monitor around too, just to see if 114 would do its thing. It always did. What finally moved me from puzzled to uneasy was the night I decided to just watch it. Instead of waiting to notice the gap and then walking out there, I pulled a chair up to that specific monitor a little before 2, and I just stared at Unit 114, determined to catch the exact moment the door moved. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, not blinking any more than I had to, coffee going cold in my hand. The door stayed shut, flush to the ground. And I remember thinking, okay, so it really is nothing. I've been imagining it. Good, that's a relief. And then I looked away for 1 second. Something moved on another monitor, one of the front row cameras, just a flicker at the edge of my vision. And I glanced over at it out of reflex. It was nothing, just the shadow of a light swinging slightly in the wind. Half a second, maybe less, and when I looked back at 114, the gap was there. The door was up an inch. In the time it took me to glance away and glance back, it had opened, and I had missed it, even though I'd been staring at it for 20 solid minutes. That was the first time I felt something cold go through me in that booth, because it was like the door knew. It stayed shut the entire time I was watching it, patient, still, and it only moved the instant my eyes were somewhere else. And that's a very particular kind of feeling, realizing that the thing you're watching might be watching you back and waiting for you to look away. I did not go out to check it that night. I told myself it was because I was tired, or because the pattern was obvious enough by now that I didn't need to. But the real reason, the one I didn't say out loud even to myself, was that I did not want to walk down that dark back row alone and stand in front of that door. Not that night. Something had shifted, and I felt it. I want to explain something about the job that matters for the rest of this, because otherwise you might wonder why I didn't just tell somebody. The truth is, there was nobody to tell. My shift ended at 6. The day manager showed up around then, and he was a busy, no-nonsense guy who did not want to hear that one of the storage doors looked like it opened by itself at 2 in the morning. If I'd said something like that, the best case is he'd think I was falling asleep and imagining things, and the worst case is he'd think I was on something. Either way, I'd be looking for a new job. So I kept it to myself, and I kept showing up, and I kept an eye on Unit 114, and for about a week, nothing new happened. Same gap around 2, same flush door when I checked the recordings. I started to settle back into treating it as a quirk. Then the unit started showing me other things. The next escalation came on a Tuesday. I remember it was a Tuesday because those were my slowest nights, and I'd been reading in the booth with the monitors in my side vision, the way you keep a TV on in the background. Around 2, out of habit, I looked over at 114. The gap was there, same as always. But this time there was something in the gap. Down at the bottom, in that dark inch of space between the door and the concrete, there was a lighter shape. 2 lighter shapes, actually, side by side, small and pale against the dark. I leaned in close to the monitor. The image wasn't the best quality, a little grainy the way those cameras always were at night, but I could make the shapes out well enough. They looked like fingers, like the tips of fingers, pressed flat against the ground, curling out from under the door into the light, as if someone was lying inside that unit, face down on the floor, reaching out through the gap. Now, I know what you're thinking, because I thought it too. A person got locked in. That was my very first thought, and it flooded me with a completely different kind of fear, the normal human kind, the fear that somebody was trapped in there and needed help. These units aren't meant to be occupied. If someone had climbed in during the day and the door had come down and latched, they could be stuck, and the desert heat could do terrible things even at night. So my instinct, my good instinct, the one I'm actually a little proud of, was to grab my flashlight and my keys and go help. I got about halfway to the door of the booth before I stopped. Because I remembered the recordings. I remembered that the motion sensor had never once triggered on that door. And if a person had climbed into that unit that day, during my hours off, then coming from the day shift, there would be footage of them approaching it. There would be a truck, a vehicle, a car parked in that row. There would be motion alerts stacked up. But it had been dead quiet on that row for days. Nothing had gone in or out of Unit 114 the entire time I'd been watching it. No person had gone in there. And if no person had gone in there, then whatever was reaching its fingers out under that door had been inside the whole time, in the dark, without moving, without setting off a single sensor, for days. I stood in the doorway of my booth with my hand on the flashlight, and I did not go out. I know how that sounds. I know that if there was even a chance a real person was trapped and suffering out there, the right thing to do was to go check. And I've asked myself 100 times since whether I failed someone that night. But standing there in the dark, with my heart going and the whole facility silent around me, every single part of me that had kept my ancestors alive for 100,000 years was screaming that whatever was under that door was not a person, and that going out to it in the dark was the last thing I would ever do. I have never in my life felt an instinct that strong or that clear. It wasn't a thought. It was my whole body saying no. So I did something between. I went back to the monitor, and I zoomed the camera in as far as it would go. which wasn't very far, and I watched. The fingers, or whatever they were, stayed exactly where they were. They didn't move. They didn't pull back. They just lay there in the light, pale and still, for the better part of an hour. And then when I glanced down to write the time in my log and looked back up, they were gone. The gap was still there, but the shapes had withdrawn back into the dark inside the unit, silently. In the one moment I wasn't looking, I did my other patrols that night, the front rows, the buildings, everything except that back section. I gave 114 a wide berth. And when 6 o'clock finally came and the day manager pulled in, I have never been so happy to see another human being in my life. I almost said something to him then. I got close. But he was on the phone, and he waved at me, and the moment passed, and in the daylight, with the sun coming up over the desert, the whole thing already felt insane, so I just clocked out and drove home and slept badly. I thought about quitting. I really did. But I'd just signed a lease on a new apartment. I needed the money, and part of me was still trying to be reasonable about the whole thing. Maybe the fingers were a trick of the grainy footage. Maybe it was a rag or a bundle of something that had slid under the door. Maybe my tired brain was turning shadows into hands, the same way it turns clouds into faces. I built a whole scaffolding of maybes, and I climbed up on it, and I went back the next night. That was the night it stopped staying in the units. I came in that night determined to be logical about it. I had a plan, which is always how these things go, isn't it? You make a plan because a plan makes you feel like you have some control. My plan was simple. I would leave Unit 114 completely alone. I wouldn't watch it, wouldn't zoom in on it, wouldn't walk that row. I'd do my job for the front 2/3 of the property and treat that back section like it didn't exist. Whatever was going on out there could go on without me. In a few weeks, I'd have enough saved to quit clean, and until then, I'd just keep my distance and get through my shifts. That was the deal I made with myself, and for the first few hours, it held up fine. Around 1 in the morning, I did my patrol of the front rows and the climate-controlled buildings. Everything normal. I came back to the booth, made fresh coffee, and settled in with my book, deliberately keeping my eyes off the monitor that showed the back row. And I actually managed it for a while. I read a couple of chapters. I felt almost proud of myself, like I was handling it, like avoidance was a real strategy and not just fear wearing a nicer coat. Then, a little after 2, one of the motion lights came on. Not in the back row. In the row right next to my booth. The nearest outdoor row to the front gate. Maybe 40 feet from where I was sitting. The light clicked on the way it did when something crossed its sensor, and my eyes went straight to the monitor for that row before my brain even caught up, and there was nothing there. Empty row, doors all shut, the light burning over an empty stretch of pavement. A cat, I thought. A bird. It happened all the time. The lights were sensitive. I waited for the timer to run down and shut the light off, and I went back to my book, and my heart slowed back to normal. 10 minutes later, the light in the next row over came on. 1 row closer to the back. Then it shut off. And a few minutes after that, the one past it. And then the one past that. One at a time, a few minutes apart, the motion lights were coming on in sequence, and the sequence was moving. It started near me at the front, and each new light was 1 row deeper into the property, tracking steadily toward the back, toward the section I'd been avoiding, toward Unit 114. I sat very still, and I watched it happen across the monitors. Light and dark. Next light. Dark. Next light. Whatever was setting them off was walking the rows, and it was walking away from me, deeper into the facility. And every camera it passed showed the same thing. Nothing. The lights came on over empty pavement. The sensors were tripping on something that threw no shape the cameras could catch, that lived in the same blind spot as those fingers under the door. And I realized, watching the lights march away toward the back, that it wasn't coming for me at all. It was going home. It had been out. It had been somewhere on the property while I sat in my booth reading and feeling proud of myself. And now it was walking back to Unit 114 in the dark, setting off every light it passed. And it did not care in the slightest that I could see it doing it. The last light in the sequence was the one over 114's row. It came on. And then, for the first time all night, I let myself look at that monitor, at Unit 114 itself. The door was open. Not a gap this time. Fully up. Rolled all the way to the top, a black rectangle of pure dark, wide open to the night. And the light over the row lit everything around it, the concrete, the other doors, the empty pavement, everything except the inside of that unit, which stayed completely black no matter how the light fell on it. And I watched, and the door rolled itself down, slow and smooth, no person touching it, no sound. I could hear from the booth until it was shut flush to the ground again. And then the motion light clicked off, and the whole back row went dark, and everything was still. I did not move from that chair for a long time. I didn't do any more patrols. I sat there with every light in the booth on and my back to the wall so nothing could be behind me, and I watched the monitors, all 12 of them. And I waited for 6 o'clock the way a drowning man waits for the surface. Nothing else happened that night. No more lights, no more gaps. It was as if, having shown me that it could come and go as it pleased, it had simply gone to rest, and it had no further interest in me until it wanted something. But here's what changed everything. The detail that took it from a strange, frightening job to the reason I will never work an overnight shift alone again, as long as I live. As the sky started going gray around 5:30 and I finally felt safe enough to breathe, I pulled up the property's entry logs on the computer. I don't fully know why. I think I wanted proof of something, anything, that would let me file the night away as explainable. The log showed every time the front gate opened, every key code entered, every vehicle in and out, going back years, and I searched for Unit 114. I wanted to know who rented it, when they'd last been in, what was supposedly stored in there. Unit 114 came up in the system. It had a renter on file, but the account was flagged, and when I opened it, there was a note attached from the office staff, dated almost 3 years earlier. The renter had stopped paying. Standard stuff happens all the time. Units go to auction when people stop paying. Except this one had never gone to auction. There was a second note, and this one had clearly been written by someone who didn't want to write it, because the wording was careful and strange. It said the unit was not to be opened, entered, or auctioned by order of the owner, and that staff were not to enter it under any circumstances. No reason given. Just that instruction, sitting in the file for 3 years, that Unit 114 was to be left shut and left alone. And the name on the account, the renter of record, was mine. I need you to understand that I had never rented that unit. I had never even set foot in that facility before my first day of work. I'd found the job through a listing online, interviewed in the front office, started the following week. I did not own anything stored there. And yet there was my name, my full legal name, on the account for Unit 114, with a start date that was almost 3 years old, from a time when I had been living in a different state entirely, and had never so much as heard of the place. I told myself it was a coincidence, a different person with the same name. It's not that unusual a name. That's what I said to myself, sitting in that gray booth as the sun came up, and I clung to it hard because the alternative was something my mind could not hold. When the day manager came in that morning, I finally did say something. but not the truth. I just asked him, casual as I could make it, what the story was with 114, the one that was flagged in the system. And he got a look on his face I hadn't seen before. He said the owner had put that flag on years ago, before his time, and that he'd been told plainly during his own training to never open it and never ask about it. He said the one guy who used to work here before me, the overnight guy, had apparently gotten fixated on it too, kept logging strange things about it, and then one night just stopped showing up. Never collected his final check. They'd figured he quit. And then kind of quiet. The manager said the weird thing was that the old guy's name was still in the system somewhere too, attached to something. And nobody had ever been able to get it removed. I didn't sleep that day. I went home and I sat in my apartment with all the lights on. And I thought about that door that only opened when I looked away, and the fingers reaching out into the light, and the thing that walked the rows in the dark and went home to a unit that had my name on it. And I thought about the security guard before me, the one who got fixated, the one who just stopped showing up. And I made a decision that I have never once regretted. I did not go back. I didn't call, didn't give notice, didn't collect my check. I did exactly what the guy before me had done, which I understood now was not quitting. At all. It was fleeing. That was almost 4 years ago. I moved cities. I have a normal daytime job now, and I sleep at night like a normal person. And for a long time, I let myself believe I'd left the whole thing behind me in that desert lot. That it had been the isolation and the exhaustion and my mind playing tricks in the small hours, the way tired minds do. I built the scaffolding of maybes again, and I lived up there comfortably for years. Then last month, I got a piece of mail forwarded from my old address. It was from the storage company. An automated notice, the kind they send when an account falls behind. It informed me that Unit 114 was overdue, that the balance needed to be settled to avoid the contents going to auction, and it listed the account holder's name. It was still mine. I called the facility. A woman answered, day staff, someone I'd never met, hired long after I left. I told her there'd been a mistake, that I'd never rented that unit, that I'd actually worked there years ago, and I needed my name taken off that account. She was polite. She pulled it up, and then she went quiet for a second. And she said something that put the same cold through me that I'd felt in that booth watching the door open by itself. She said the account did have my name on it, but that it also had a note in the system, a very old note, saying the unit was never to be opened. And then she said, kinda confused, kinda careful, that according to the log, Unit 114 had last been accessed 3 nights ago, entered and exited, in the middle of the night, using my old employee key code, the one that was supposed to have been deactivated the day I stopped showing up, almost 4 years back. I don't have that key code anymore. I threw it in a dumpster the day I fled, 2 states away from here. There is no way it was used 3 nights ago. There is no way anything I own is in that unit. And there is no reason on earth for my name to still be sitting on an account for a door that everyone has always known, without ever quite saying why, must never be open. But I keep thinking about that thing walking the rows in the dark, going home, rolling the door down behind it. And I keep thinking about how the account was 3 years old on the day I started, waiting for me before I ever arrived the same way it's waiting now. And I've started to wonder whether the unit was ever really storing anything at all, or whether it was only ever holding a space with my name on it, a space that something has been patiently keeping all these years For the night, I finally come back to open the door myself. I'm not going to. I've made peace with never knowing what's in there. But some nights, when I can't sleep, I look at that overdue notice sitting on my kitchen counter, and I understand that the account is never going to close, and the name is never going to change. And somewhere out in that desert, a door is sitting shut in the dark, patient as anything, keeping my place. Story 3. So there's this website where people pay you to watch their houses while they're on vacation. You water the plants, feed the cat, bring in the mail, that kind of thing. Sometimes you stay overnight, sometimes you just stop by. I'd been doing it for a couple of years to make extra money on top of my regular job, and I was good at it. Reliable, careful, good reviews. I'm Cole, I was 30 at the time, and I had done probably 40 of these jobs without a single problem. That track record is exactly why I didn't think twice about the one I'm going to tell you about. It looked like all the others. That's the thing about the worst experiences of your life. They almost never come with a warning label. The listing was for a house up in the hills outside of a mid-sized town in Oregon. Big property, older place, set back from the road with a long gravel driveway and a lot of trees around it. The owners were an older couple heading overseas for 2 full weeks, and they wanted someone to stay the whole time, live in the house, keep it looking occupied, and take care of an aging dog named Biscuit, who couldn't be left alone. The pay was excellent, way above the usual rate. 2 weeks of living rent-free in a beautiful house in the woods with a sweet old dog for company, and getting paid handsomely on top of it. I remember reading the listing and thinking it was almost too good, and then talking myself right out of that thought. Because good jobs do come along sometimes, and you don't get them by being suspicious of everyone. I did a video call with the wife, Diane, before accepting. She seemed lovely, warm, chatty, a little scattered in the way older people sometimes are, showing me around the house on her phone camera and pointing out where things were. The kitchen, the guest room where I'd sleep, the dog's food, the plants. It all looked exactly as nice as the pictures. Near the end of the call, she got a bit more serious and went over what she called the house rules. And honestly, most of them were completely normal. Don't leave the stove on. Keep the gate closed so Biscuit doesn't wander. Water the garden every other evening. But there was one rule that stood out, and she said it in a lighter voice than the others, almost like she was embarrassed to bring it up. She said that at night, no matter what, I should keep the door to the basement locked, and I should never, ever open it after dark. She said the lock was on my side, the kitchen side, and the key hung on a little hook next to the door. During the day, it was fine, she said. If I needed to get down there to check the water heater or whatever, daytime was no problem. But once the sun went down, the basement door stayed shut and locked until morning. She laughed a little when she said it, and told me it was just an old house thing, that the previous house sitters had always found it silly, and that I shouldn't worry about it. I said sure, no problem, and I meant it. In this line of work, you get all kinds of quirky rules. People are weird about their homes. I once had a client who made me promise not to sit on one specific chair, so a locked basement door at night barely registered as strange. I figured they had something down there they didn't want damaged, or an old furnace that made noise, or they were just superstitious. I agreed to everything. We settled the details, and a week later I drove up to that house in the hills to start the job. If I had known then what I know now, I would have turned that car around at the end of the driveway and never looked back. The couple was still there when I arrived, packing the last of their bags into their car. Diane was exactly like she'd been on the video call, warm and a little frazzled, fussing over Biscuit and giving me a rapid tour of everything I already half knew. Her husband, Ray, was quieter. Older than her, tall, kind of stooped, with a way of watching me that I told myself was just an old man being protective of his home. He shook my hand and thanked me for coming, and his grip was firmer than I expected, and he held on to my hand for a beat longer than felt normal while he looked at me. Then he let go and went back to loading the car, and I let the moment slide out of my mind. Biscuit turned out to be the best thing about the whole setup. He was a big old golden retriever, gray around the muzzle, slow and gentle, the kind of dog that just wants to be near you. He took to me right away, leaning his whole weight against my leg while Diane went through the feeding instructions. I've always been a dog person, and I remember thinking that 2 weeks with a dog like this was going to make the job feel less like work and more like a vacation. Before they left, Diane walked me to the kitchen one more time and showed me the basement door. It was a heavy old wooden door in the corner of the kitchen, painted the same cream color as the walls, with a deadbolt that had clearly been added later, newer and shinier than the rest of the hardware. The key hung on a small brass hook beside the frame, just like she'd said. She turned the deadbolt to show me it was locked, tested the handle, and then she looked at me and repeated the rule one more time, and this time she didn't laugh. She said, and I remember this clearly, that whatever I heard at night, I was to leave the door locked and stay upstairs, whatever I heard. Those were the words she used, and something about the way she said them, quiet and steady, with her eyes right on mine, made the back of my neck feel cold for just a second. Then Ray called from the driveway that they needed to go, and her whole face changed back to the warm, scattered woman from before, and she squeezed my arm and thanked me again and told me Biscuit would keep me company. And then they were gone, the car crunching away down the long gravel drive, and it was just me and the dog and that big quiet house in the trees. The first few days were genuinely wonderful. I want to say that clearly because it makes what came later even harder to explain. I fell into an easy rhythm. I'd get up, feed Biscuit, take him on a slow walk around the property, do a little work on my laptop, water the garden in the evening. The house was gorgeous, full of light during the day, with big windows looking out into the woods. I cooked myself nice meals in the kitchen. I read books in a big armchair by the fireplace with the dog snoring at my feet. It was, for those first few days, exactly the peaceful escape I'd hoped for. I did notice the basement door, of course. It's hard not to notice a door you've been told never to open. During the day, I opened it once, just to look, because I'm human and the rule made me curious. There was nothing sinister down there that I could see. Wooden stairs going down into a large, unfinished basement. Concrete floor, a water heater, some shelving with old paint cans and tools, a few cardboard boxes. It smelled like earth and dust the way basements do. I flicked on the light, looked around from the top of the stairs, saw nothing but ordinary basement stuff, and shut the door again. Whatever the rule was about, it wasn't about anything visible. I locked it back up and put it out of my mind. The nights at first were fine too. I'd lock the basement door before bed like I'd promised, hang the key back on its hook, and go up to the guest room with Biscuit, who slept on a big cushion in the corner. The house made the usual sounds an old house in the woods makes. Wind in the trees, the structure settling, the occasional creak. I slept well. 3 nights went by like that, calm and uneventful. And I settled comfortably into the belief that the basement rule was exactly what Diane had said it was, an old house superstition, nothing more. The 4th night is when Biscuit changed. It was late, past midnight, and I was reading in bed with the dog asleep in his corner. And at some point, I became aware that he wasn't asleep anymore. He was awake, and he was standing up facing the closed bedroom door, completely still. Not growling, not barking, just standing there rigid with his ears up and his whole body pointed at the door like he was listening to something on the other side of it. I watched him for a minute, and he didn't move a muscle. I said his name softly, and he didn't even glance at me. It was like I wasn't there. Every bit of his attention was fixed on something below us, down through the floor, down toward the kitchen, and I realized after a moment that what he was really pointed at, in a straight line down through the house, was the basement. I told myself he'd heard a raccoon or a possum outside, or a mouse in the walls. Dogs hear all kinds of things we can't. But he stayed like that for a long time. This old gentle dog turned to stone in the corner of the room, and eventually, without any sound that I could hear, whatever he'd been listening to seemed to stop, and he slowly lay back, down. But he didn't really sleep after that. He kept his head up, resting on his paws, his eyes open in the dark, and neither of us slept much that night. The next morning, everything was normal again. Biscuit was his usual self, happy and slow and leaning on me while I made his breakfast. And the sun was coming through those big windows, and the whole thing from the night before felt like nothing. I actually felt a little foolish for how tense I'd gotten, watching a dog stare at a door. That's the pattern with all of this, I've come to realize. Daylight erases everything, and it lets you keep going. But I'll admit, the fifth night I went to bed a little more alert than usual, part of me waiting to see if the dog would do it again. And he did. Same time roughly, a little after midnight. I was drifting off when I felt the mattress shift as Biscuit got up, and I opened my eyes, and there he was, standing in the same spot, pointed at the same door, rigid and silent. Except this time it lasted longer. And this time, near the end of it, he did something he hadn't done before. He backed up. Slowly, one careful step at a time, he backed away from the bedroom door until his hindquarters were pressed against the far wall, as far from the door as he could get. And he stayed there, low and tense, staring. Whatever he was hearing, he didn't want to be near it. And a dog that wants to get away from something is a very different thing than a dog that's just curious about a noise. That was the night I first heard it myself. I'd been so focused on the dog that I'd been holding my own breath. And in that stretched out silence with Biscuit pressed against the wall, I heard a sound come up from below. It was faint, and it came through the floor, from somewhere deep in the house. It was the basement door. I knew the sound of that door by then, the specific heavy creak of it, because I'd opened and closed it myself. And what I heard was that creak, soft and slow. The sound of that heavy wooden door being eased open down in the kitchen, followed by nothing. Just silence again. But a different silence, a waiting one. I lay completely still. My mind went to the only sane place it could go. Someone had broken into the house. Someone was down there. That was a real, human, terrifying thought, and it was almost a relief compared to the alternative, because a burglar is something you can understand. I reached for my phone, ready to call for help, my heart going hard. And then I ran through it in my head. The basement door only locks and unlocks from the kitchen side. I had locked it myself before bed. I had hung the key on its hook. For that door to open, someone would have had to already be inside the house, in the kitchen, to turn the deadbolt. Or someone would have had to already be down in the basement, and there was no way out of that basement except up through that one door into the kitchen. I had seen it myself. No other exit, no outside entrance, just the one door. So if the basement door had just opened, then whatever opened it had been down there the whole time. Down there while I ate my meals in the kitchen 10 feet away. Down there while I read in the armchair. Down there, in the dark, on the other side of a door I looked at every single day. I did not go downstairs. Diane's voice was in my head, clear as anything. Whatever you hear at night, leave the door locked and stay upstairs. Except the door was open now. I'd heard it open, so her instruction didn't even fully apply anymore, and that scared me more than if it had. I stayed in that bed with the lights off and my phone in my hand and the dog pressed against the wall. And I listened to the house with everything I had. For a long time there was nothing. And then I heard the stairs. Not the basement stairs. The main staircase. The one that came up from the first floor to the second. To the hallway right outside my room. I heard the bottom step take weight, a low, slow groan of old wood. Then, after a pause, the next one, something was coming up the stairs, and it was doing it the way you'd climb stairs if you were trying to be quiet and failing, or if you simply didn't care how long it took because you knew nobody was going anywhere. Slow, even, patient. And with each step, Biscuit pressed himself harder against the wall, and I saw in the faint light that his lips were pulled back, but he wasn't making a sound. This friendly, gentle old dog was showing his teeth in total. Silence. Too afraid to even growl. The steps reached the top of the staircase, and then they came down the hall, toward my door. Slow footfalls on the hallway floor, unhurried until they stopped, right outside the bedroom. There was a gap under the door, and I could see the faint line of the hall light I'd left on out there, and as I stared at that thin, bright line, part of it went dark. 2 patches of the light under the door were blocked, side by side, the exact width apart that a pair of feet would be, as if someone was standing directly on the other side of the door, facing it, their feet breaking the light. And they just stood there. They didn't try the handle. They didn't push. They stood outside my door in the dark hallway of that house in the woods. And I lay frozen in the bed a few feet away. And the only sound in the entire world was my own heartbeat and the old dog breathing fast against the wall. I don't know how long the feet stayed outside my door. Time does something strange when you're that afraid. It could have been 2 minutes or 20. I lay there watching those 2 dark patches break the light under the door, not daring to move, not daring to make a sound. My thumb resting on my phone screen, but too scared to even light it up in case the glow showed under the door and told whatever it was exactly where I was. I kept waiting for the handle to turn. It never did. And somehow that was worse. It felt like it wasn't trying to get in. It felt like it just wanted to stand there, on the other side of that thin door close to me, and let me know it could. Then the patches of shadow slid away. The light under the door came back, full and unbroken. And I heard the footsteps go back down the hall, slow and even, and down the stairs, and eventually faintly, from far below, I heard that heavy basement door creak shut again. And then the deadbolt. I heard the deadbolt turn. A locked door, locking itself from the inside, from the kitchen side, when there was no one in that house but me and a terrified dog upstairs. I did not sleep. I sat up against the headboard with every light in the room on, and Biscuit finally coming to press against me instead of the wall, both of us just waiting for the windows to turn gray. When morning finally came, I went downstairs slowly, carefully, half expecting to find something. The kitchen was exactly as I'd left it. The basement door was closed. The deadbolt was thrown, locked, and the key was hanging on its little brass hook, right where it always was. Everything was perfectly, completely normal. If I hadn't spent the whole night living through it, I'd have sworn nothing had happened at all. That day, I almost left. I sat in my car in the driveway with the engine running and Biscuit watching me from the window of the house, and I came so close to just driving away and messaging the couple that there'd been an emergency. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't leave that old dog alone in there, not with whatever that was. And there was still a stubborn, shrinking part of me trying to be reasonable, trying to find the version of events where I'd half dreamed it, where old houses make noises and scared minds fill in the rest. So I stayed. God help me, I stayed. But I made a decision. I was going to find out what was in that basement in the daylight when the rule said it was safe, so that I could prove to myself there was nothing to be afraid of. I waited until the sun was high and bright. Early afternoon, as far from the dark as I could get. I took the key off the hook. My hands weren't steady, but I did it. Biscuit would not come near the kitchen. He stood back in the living room doorway watching me, and that alone almost made me stop. I turned the deadbolt, and I opened the basement door, and I turned on the light, and I went down. It looked the same as before. Concrete floor, water heater, shelves, boxes. I made myself walk all the way down and actually look around instead of peering from the top of the stairs like I had the first time. And at first there was nothing. It was just a basement. But then I noticed in the far corner, past the water heater, an area I hadn't been able to see from the stairs. The concrete floor there was different. There was a section, maybe 4 feet by 6 feet, where the concrete was newer. A slightly different color, a slightly different texture, poured in a rectangle and smoothed over, clearly done at a different time than the rest of the floor. It was the shape and size of exactly one thing, and my mind knew what that shape was before I let myself think the word. And set into the wall right above that patch of newer concrete, at about chest height, there was a small vent, an air vent, an old metal grate, the kind that would connect to ductwork running up through the house. I stood there looking at that patch in the floor and that vent in the wall, and I felt the whole thing click into place in a way I did not want it to, because that vent, that duct, would run straight up through the walls, up to the second floor, up maybe to the hallway right outside the guest room where I slept. And whatever the couple had done down here, whatever was under that fresh concrete, was connected to the rest of the house by that vent, by that dark path running up through the walls, and it did not stay under the concrete at night. I got out of that basement so fast I nearly fell up the stairs. I slammed the door, threw the deadbolt, hung the key back, and I stood in the middle of the kitchen shaking. And that's when I finally did what I should have done days earlier. I looked up the address, the house, the couple, everything. And I found it. A local news story from about 3 years back. And I sat down on the kitchen floor to read it, because my legs wouldn't hold me. The news story was short. The kind of local piece that gets written once and then forgotten. It was about a house sitter, a young man around my age who had taken a job watching a house in the hills for a couple who were traveling. He'd stopped responding to the owners partway through the job. When they got worried and called someone to check on the place, the house sitter was gone. His car was still in the driveway. His phone and his bag were still in the guest room, but he himself had simply vanished, and he was never found. The article had a photo of the missing man, and it had a photo of the house. It was this house. The same long gravel driveway, the same big windows, the same door. But the couple in the story weren't Diane and Ray. They were different people entirely, with different names, which meant Diane and Ray had bought this house sometime after a man disappeared from inside it without a trace, and they had added a deadbolt to the basement door on the kitchen side, and they had made a rule that it stay locked at night, and they had hired someone to stay in the house alone for 2 weeks and never told them why. I don't think they were bad people. I want to say that. I've thought about it a lot since, and I honestly don't think Diane and Ray did anything to that missing man. I think they moved into a house that already had something in it, something under that patch of concrete that the previous owners had poured, something that came up through the vents at night. I think they learned to live with it the only way you can, by locking the door and staying upstairs and never, ever going down there after dark. And I think when they wanted a vacation, they knew they couldn't leave the house empty. Because an empty house at night with that thing in it was a worse idea than a house with a warm body in it and a locked door between them. I think that's what I was. Not a house sitter. A locked door made of flesh. Someone to keep the thing occupied. Someone for it to stand outside of, so that it wouldn't go looking for a way out into the world while they were gone. I packed my bag in about 4 minutes. I picked up Biscuit's leash and his food, and I put that old dog in my car, because there was no power on earth that would have made me leave him in that house, and I drove down the gravel driveway, and I did not stop until I was back in a town with streetlights and people. I messaged Diane that there'd been a family emergency and I'd had to leave, and that a friend was watching the house. I lied. I told her I'd left the key under the mat and everything was locked up. She wrote back that it was fine, that she understood, and she thanked me, and she never once asked about the dog. I kept Biscuit. Nobody ever came for him. He lived another 2 good years with me, and he never again, not once in all that time, stood and stared at a closed door in the dark. Here's the part I still can't put down, though. The part that keeps me up on the nights when I let myself think about it. Before I left, in those last frantic minutes, I did one more search. I looked up the couple who'd owned the house when that first man disappeared. The names from the news story. I wanted to know what happened to them, whether they'd sold up and moved away like anyone would. And I found them. I found a second article from a year or so after the first. The couple who used to own that house had died, both of them. And the article said they'd passed away while traveling overseas, on vacation, far from home, in an accident that the piece described as strange and unexplained. They'd left their house with a sitter and gone on a trip and never come back. I don't know what's under the concrete in that basement. I don't know what stood outside my door in the dark, breaking the light with its feet, or what came up through the vents at night, or why it lets you live as long as you keep the door locked and stay where you belong. But I know that the couple who first tried to keep it, who first poured that concrete and added that lock, went on a vacation and died far from home. And I know Diane and Ray went on a vacation too. I never heard from them again after that one message. Their listing came down. I've checked more than once over the years, and I've never been able to find out what became of them. And I've never had the courage to drive back up into those hills to see if anyone lives in that house now, or whether the gravel driveway is empty, and the windows are dark, and something is waiting inside for the next warm body to come and stand between it and the door. Story 4. Let me start by saying I love my job. I know that's a strange way to open a story like this, but it matters, because I want you to understand that I wasn't looking for anything strange to happen. I wasn't the type. I'm a practical person. I'm Reese. And back then, I was a private overnight caregiver. The kind of home health aide that families hire when they have an elderly relative who can't be left alone at night, but doesn't need a full hospital. I'd been doing it for 6 years. I'd sat with dozens of people through their final months, and I was good at it. And I'd never once seen anything I couldn't explain. The job I wanted to tell you about was for a man named Walter. He was in his late 80s, living in a big old farmhouse, a good half hour outside of a small town in Vermont. And his daughter had hired me to stay with him overnight, 7 in the evening until 7 in the morning, 5 nights a week. Walter had a heart condition and the early stages of dementia, and he couldn't be trusted alone after dark. He tended to get confused at night, his daughter told me. He'd get up, wander, sometimes talk to people who weren't there. Sundowning, they call it, when dementia patients get more confused and agitated as the evening comes on. It's extremely common. I'd seen it 100 times, so when she described it, I just nodded and said I knew exactly how to handle it. And I did. For the first couple of weeks, the job was easy and even pleasant. Walter was a sweet old man when he was lucid. During the early evening, before the confusion set in, we'd play cards and he'd tell me stories about the farm, about his late wife, about the decades he'd spent in that house. He had a sharp sense of humor buried under all the years. I grew fond of him quickly. Then, most nights, around 9 or 10, he'd start to drift. He'd get restless, ask where his wife was, forget who I was, sometimes get a little frightened, and I'd gently guide him back to bed, sit with him, and eventually he'd settle and sleep. And I'd spend the quiet hours reading in the chair by his room until the sun came up and his daughter arrived to take over. It was a good arrangement, and I had no complaints, except for one thing that I noticed early on and filed away as just another symptom of his condition. Walter was afraid of the hallway. Specifically, he was afraid of the long hallway that ran from the bedrooms down to the far end of the house, where there was a closed door to a room his daughter told me they didn't use anymore. Every night when the confusion set in, Walter would look toward that hallway, and his whole face would change. He'd get quiet and watchful, and more than once, in his confused state, he'd grab my arm and tell me in this low, serious voice that I shouldn't let her walk the hall at night. That was how he said it. Don't let her walk the hall. I assumed her was his late wife, that his tangled mind was mixing up memories and fears, and I'd just soothe him and tell him everything was fine and steer him back to bed. It was sad, but it wasn't scary. Not yet. I want you to remember that hallway, though. And I want you to remember that Walter, even confused, even losing his grip on what was real, was trying to warn me about something, because it took me far too long to understand that the one person in that house whose mind I'd written off was the only one who actually knew what was going on. The thing about working nights in an old house is that you get to know its personality. Every house has one, especially the old ones. You learn its sounds, its drafts, the way the heat comes on, the particular way the wind pushes against certain windows. And Walter's house, for all its age, had felt like a friendly place those first couple of weeks. Worn and creaky, sure, but warm. The kind of house that had held a family for a long time. I felt comfortable there, comfortable enough that the long night hours passed easily, and I never minded being the only waking soul in it. That started to change in my 3rd week, and like most of these things, it started with something so small I almost didn't register it. It was the smell. One night, sometime after I'd gotten Walter settled and was sitting in my chair in the hall outside his room, I caught a smell drifting up the hallway from the far end. It was perfume. A woman's perfume, old-fashioned and floral, the kind of scent an older woman might wear. It was faint, just a thread of it, and it came and went. My first thought was completely ordinary. Walter's late wife had lived in this house for over 50 years. Her things were probably still around. A house holds on to scents, especially in closed-up rooms, and maybe a draft had carried a bit of her old perfume down the hall from that unused room at the end. It was a little melancholy, but it wasn't frightening. I even found it kind of sweet. I sat there and I thought about how this had been her home, and I felt a small tenderness about it, and then the smell faded, and I went back to my book. But it kept happening. Every night, around the same time, once the house had gone fully dark and quiet, that thread of floral perfume would drift up the hallway from the far end. And I started to notice that it wasn't random. It seemed to get a little stronger each night. And it seemed, though I told myself I was imagining it, to be getting closer. The first few nights, it stayed way down at the far end of the hall by that closed door. Then it was maybe halfway down the hall. Then it was close enough that I could smell it clearly from my chair without any draft to carry it. And I began, without quite admitting it to myself, to dread the moment each night when it would arrive. Walter noticed it too. That's what really got under my skin. On the nights, the smell was strong. Walter was worse. More agitated, more frightened, more insistent with his warnings about the hall. One night, he woke from a doze, sat straight up in bed, and stared at his open bedroom door with such fear on his face that it made my stomach drop. He said very clearly, not confused at all in that moment, that she was coming down the hall again, and that I needed to close the door before she got to it. And the strange thing was, right as he said it, I caught that perfume stronger than I ever had, right outside the doorway, as if someone wearing it were standing just out of sight in the dark hall. I got up and I closed the bedroom door, mostly to calm him down, and I told myself I was only humoring a frightened old man. But I noticed that once the door was closed, Walter relaxed. And I noticed that I felt better with it closed too. And I noticed that I did not want to open it again for a while. I mentioned the perfume to his daughter, carefully, the next morning. I framed it lightly, said I'd noticed a floral scent at night, and wondered if it was from her mother's old things, and she gave me a look I didn't understand at the time. She went a little still, and she asked me what the scent was like, and I described it, that old-fashioned floral smell. And she said, in a flat sort of voice, that her mother had never worn perfume in her life, that her mother had been allergic to it, in fact, and that no one in the family had ever worn any strong scent in the house because of it. She said it like she was reciting a fact, but her eyes had gone somewhere else while she said it, and she changed the subject quickly after that and left for the day. I stood in that kitchen after she'd gone, and I thought about it. If the perfume wasn't her mother's, then whose was it? A house doesn't generate a scent out of nothing. And I remember looking down that long hallway toward the closed door at the end, in the clean, bright light of morning, and feeling for the first time that the house didn't feel entirely friendly anymore. It felt like it was keeping something from me, like it knew something I didn't. And I drove home that morning more unsettled than I wanted to be, telling myself it was just an old house, just an old man's confusion, just a smell. That night, the perfume made it all the way to my chair. I need to explain the layout of that hallway so the rest of this makes sense. My chair sat outside Walter's bedroom door, which was maybe 2/3 of the way down the hall toward the front of the house. Behind me, toward the front, were the stairs and the rest of the home. In front of me, the hall ran the other way, deeper into the back of the house, past a couple of empty rooms and a bathroom, all the way to that closed door at the very end. So when I sat in my chair, I was facing down the length of the dark hallway, looking toward the closed door. That's important. It means that anything coming up the hall from the far end would be coming straight toward me out of the dark, and I'd be looking right at it. That night, the house went quiet around 10. Walter asleep. His door closed the way we both seemed to prefer it now. I sat in my chair facing the dark hall with my book and my little reading lamp, the only light in that whole end of the house. And a bit before 11, the perfume arrived. Except this time it didn't drift up faint from the far end and hover down there like it had the nights before. This time it came up the hall steadily, growing stronger as it approached, until it was all around me, thick and floral and close, as if the woman wearing it had walked right up and stopped directly in front of my chair. And I sat there in that cloud of scent, in the small circle of my lamplight, staring down a hallway where I could see absolutely no one. There was nothing there. I want to be clear about that. My lamp lit the near part of the hall well enough, and there was nobody standing in it. But the perfume was as strong and as present as if a person were close enough to touch, and the air right in front of me felt different, felt occupied, in a way I can't fully describe except to say that every animal instinct I had was telling me I was not alone, that something was standing right there, and that the only reason I couldn't see it was that my eyes weren't equipped to. I did not move. I kept my eyes on my book without reading a word of it, and I stayed as still as I could. And after a while, a minute or two that felt like an hour, the scent began to fade, retreating back down the hall the way it had come, growing fainter until it was gone. And only then did I let myself breathe properly and set down my book with shaking hands. That was the night I stopped being able to tell myself it was nothing. I started paying closer attention after that, the way you do when part of you is finally accepted that something real is happening, even if the rest of you isn't ready to say so out loud. And I began to notice things I'd overlooked before. That closed door at the end of the hall, the one to the unused room, I started keeping an eye on it. And one night, as I sat facing the hall, I realized I could see in the dim light that the door was open, just a few inches. It had always been shut before. I was certain of it. Walter's daughter had told me that rooms stayed closed. And now it was open a crack, and beyond the crack was pure darkness. And I had the worst feeling that the darkness beyond that door was where the perfume came from, and where it went back to. I did not go down and close it. I couldn't make myself walk down that hall in the dark. Instead, I sat there watching it. And around the same time as always, the perfume came up the hall toward me, and I sat frozen while it surrounded me. And when it finally retreated, I watched the darkness at that far door, and I swear the crack got wider as the scent moved back into it, and then slowly, the door drifted shut on its own, as if something had gone back inside and closed it behind them. In the morning, I asked Walter's daughter about that room. I tried to sound casual, said I'd noticed the door at the end of the hall and wondered what was in there. And she gave me that same still, careful look she'd given me about the perfume. She said it had been her grandmother's room a long time ago, her father's mother, who had lived with them when Walter's daughter was a little girl, back in this same house. She died in that room decades ago, and the family had more or less closed it up and left it as it was out of respect, and nobody really went in there anymore. And then she said something that made the hair stand up on my arms. She said her grandmother, Walter's mother, had been a proud, difficult woman, and that even at the very end, bedridden and dying, she'd insisted on getting dressed up every single day, doing her hair, and putting on her perfume, the same floral perfume she'd worn her whole life. Her daughter said that as a little girl, she'd always know when her grandmother was awake and moving around the house because you could smell that perfume coming down the hall before you ever saw her. I went home that morning, and I didn't sleep. I lay in bed with the curtains drawn against the daylight, and I turned it all over in my head, trying to build my way back to a reasonable explanation, the way I always had before. But I couldn't get there this time. The pieces fit too well, and they fit in the wrong direction. A woman had died in that room at the end of the hall, decades ago. A woman who wore that exact perfume. A woman whose approach down the hallway you could always smell before you saw her. And now, every night, that same scent came down that same hall, growing closer and bolder. And an old man with fading memories was terrified of it and begging me not to let her walk the hall. Walter wasn't confused about a dead wife. He was remembering his dead mother. And in his tangled state, the line between decades ago and right now had worn thin enough that he could feel her coming back, the same way he'd felt her as a boy. And then he was trying to warn me. The next few nights, I did something I'm not proud of. I kept Walter's door closed the entire time, and I moved my chair. Instead of sitting facing down the hall, I turned it and pulled it back toward the stairs so I was closer to the front of the house and not looking straight down that dark corridor. I told myself it was so I could hear if anyone came up the stairs, but the truth is I just couldn't stand to face that hallway anymore, to watch that far door and wait for the smell. The perfume still came every night. I'd feel it drift up and gather around me, and I'd sit rigid in my chair, looking at the wall instead of the hall, waiting for it to pass. And every night it seemed to linger a little longer near me before it withdrew, as if it were growing curious about the new person in the house who could sense it. Then came the night everything changed, and it changed because of Walter. It was late, well past midnight, and I was in my chair when I heard Walter's door open. I turned, and there he was, standing in his doorway in his pajamas, which wasn't unusual. He got up and wandered sometimes, but his face wasn't confused. That's what stopped me. All the times before, when he got up at night, he'd had that lost, foggy look of a man who didn't know where or when he was. This time his eyes were clear. He looked at me. And he knew exactly who I was, and he said my name, which he rarely managed in the daytime, let alone at night. And he said, very calmly and very sadly, that I needed to leave, that I was a good girl, and that his mother had taken a liking to me, and that when his mother took a liking to someone, she didn't like to let them go. He said she'd kept his father in this house till the day he died, kept him from ever leaving, and that she'd done the same to Walter himself, that he'd never once managed to move away from this house his whole long life, no matter how he tried, because she wouldn't allow it. And now, he said, she'd noticed me. He said she came a little closer every night. And when she finally reached me, he said, I'd stop wanting to leave, too. I'd want to stay in the house, with them, forever. And then, right as he finished saying it, that floral perfume rolled up the hallway behind me, stronger than it had ever been, thick enough to taste, and I felt it press in all around me like a room going cold. And Walter's clear eyes lifted from my face to look at something in the hallway just past my shoulder. And whatever he saw there made his whole expression collapse into grief and fear, and he whispered, not to me, but to it. He said, please, Mother, not this one. Let this one go. I did not turn around. I have never in my life so completely not wanted to turn around. I got up out of that chair, keeping my eyes on Walter, and I walked backward toward the stairs, and the perfume followed me, staying right with me, right at my shoulder the whole way, and Walter watched the space beside me the entire time, with tears on his face, still whispering to her, still asking her to let me go. I made it to the stairs. I made it down them. And the moment I reached the bottom, the scent stopped, like it had hit a wall it couldn't cross, and it stayed up there at the top of the stairs. and I stood in the front hall shaking and looking up into the dark at the top where I couldn't go anymore. I did not go back up. I grabbed my bag and my coat, and I left that house in the middle of the night, and I sat in my car in the driveway, and I called Walter's daughter, and I woke her up, and I told her I was quitting, effective immediately, that she needed to come now because I would not go back inside, and I would not leave her father alone, but I could not stay in that house another minute. She was quiet on the phone for a long moment. And then she said something I've never forgotten. She said in a tired voice, a voice that sounded like it had been carrying something heavy for a very long time, that she'd known this would happen eventually. She said she was sorry. She said every caregiver they'd ever hired for the night shift had left the same way. Sooner or later, some after a few weeks and some after only a few nights, all of them fleeing in the dark and quitting on the spot, and that she'd stopped being surprised by it years ago. She said she kept hoping each new one would last, that maybe it would finally be different. But it never was. And then she said she'd come right away, and she thanked me, and she hung up. And I sat in that driveway until her headlights came up the road, and I watched her go inside her father's house alone in the dark without any hesitation at all, like a woman walking into a place she already knew too well. And then I drove home, and I never went back. I tried to put it behind me. I switched to daytime work only after that. I never took another overnight job. And for a long time, I managed not to think about it too much. But there's a reason I'm telling this story now all these years later, and it's the twist that I only understood recently. The thing that turned a scary memory into something I still can't fully sit with. About a year ago, Walter passed away. I heard about it through a mutual contact in the caregiving world. He was very old, and it wasn't a surprise, and I felt a real sadness for that sweet man who tried so hard to warn me. And after I heard, I got curious the way you do, and I looked up the family. I wanted to know that his daughter was okay, that she'd finally been freed from the burden of that house. And that's when I found the old records, the local history, the kind of thing you can dig up if you go looking. And I found the truth about that house and about that family. And it wasn't what I thought at all. Walter's mother, the woman whose perfume walked the hall, had not simply died in that room decades ago. She had died in that room, yes, but according to the old records, she died the same night as her husband, Walter's father, both of them, the same night, in that house. And the account of it was strange and cold, the way these old small-town records sometimes are. The husband had died first in his sleep of natural causes, and the mother, they wrote, had been found beside him the next morning, dead as well, though there was nothing physically wrong with her at all. As if she'd simply decided, upon finding him gone, that she would not be left behind, that she would not let him leave without her, and had willed herself to follow him out of pure refusal to be parted. The record used an old-fashioned phrase. It said she died of a broken will. And here's the part that made me put down my phone and just sit there for a long time. The records listed everyone who had ever lived in that house, and every single person who had lived there with her, going back generations, had died in that house. Not one of them had ever moved away. Not the husband, not Walter, not a single relative who'd ever come to stay. They all lived their whole lives in that house, and they all died in it. It was exactly what Walter had told me that last night. She didn't like to let people go. She kept them. But there was one name on the record that stopped my heart, the most recent one. Because a few months after Walter died, his daughter had died too. In the house, She'd been living there, taking care of it, the last of the family. And the way I understood it, reading between those cold official lines, she had known. She had always known. That was why she'd never seemed surprised, never seemed afraid, never hesitated to walk into that dark house alone. She wasn't brave. She was resigned. She had grown up in that house knowing she would never truly be allowed to leave it, that her grandmother's will held every one of them there until they died, and she had simply stopped fighting it a long time ago. And when I called her that night, terrified, begging to be let go, and she said she was sorry, and that she'd known this would happen, she wasn't only talking about the caregivers who fled. She was telling me the truth about her own life. She was telling me I was the lucky one, because I got to leave. I still don't wear floral perfume. I can't stand the smell of it. And on the rare nights when I catch a thread of it somewhere, in a store, on a stranger, drifting past me in the dark, I stop breathing for just a second. And I have to remind myself where I am, and that I got out, and that whatever it was in that hallway was reaching for me, but never quite closed its hand. I think about that old woman still standing at the top of those stairs in a house full of everyone she ever refused to let go of. And I think about how close I came to becoming one more name on that list. And I'm grateful every single day that a frightened old man loved a stranger enough to beg his own dead mother to spare her. Story 4. The job listing seemed too good to be true, which should have been my first clue. I was 22, fresh out of school with a degree in exactly nothing useful, and I was drowning in the kind of debt that keeps you up at night doing math you don't want to do. So when I saw an ad looking for a live-in caretaker for a town's community center, room and board included plus a monthly wage, way out in some place I'd never heard of called Esther Falls, I applied that same afternoon. I didn't even really read the details. I just saw free rent and a paycheck, and I sent my information off into the world and hoped. My name's Reed, and I want to say up front that I'm not the kind of person who believes in this stuff, or I wasn't anyway. I've always been the guy at the party who explains why the ghost story has a rational answer. Old houses settle. Drafts move things. People see what they expect to see. I held on to that way of thinking for as long as I possibly could during my time in Esther Falls. I held on to it right up until it wasn't possible anymore. They called me back the next day. A woman named Marge, who introduced herself as the head of the town council, interviewed me over the phone for maybe 15 minutes. And honestly, the interview was so easy, it was almost strange. She didn't ask about my experience. She didn't ask for references. She mostly seemed interested in whether I had any family close by, whether anyone would be visiting me, whether I was the type who liked to keep to himself. Looking back, those questions should have set off every alarm I had. At the time, I just figured she wanted someone reliable, who'd actually stay put and do the work. So I answered honestly. No family nearby. No one to visit. I was very much the keep-to-myself type. She seemed pleased by all of it, and she offered me the job before we even got off the phone. Esther Falls was a long drive from anywhere. It sat up in a valley in the hills, one of those towns that time forgot, the kind of place where the buildings on the main street look like they haven't been repainted since the 70s. There was a general store, a church, a small school, a scattering of houses, and at the center of it all, the community center I'd been hired to look after. It was the biggest building in town by far, an old brick hall with a wide main room and a kitchen and a bunch of smaller rooms in the back. and one of those back rooms had been fixed up as a little apartment. That was to be my home. The people were friendly when I arrived. Almost too friendly in a way I couldn't quite name. They came by in a steady stream that first week to introduce themselves, to bring me food, to welcome me to town. They smiled a lot. They shook my hand and told me how glad they were that I'd come, how much they'd needed someone to take care of the old hall, how they hoped I'd stay a good long while. And every single one of them, at some point in the conversation, said a version of the same thing. They'd lower their voice a little, and they'd tell me, real friendly, that the building had just one rule. The main hall was to be locked up every night before dark, and no matter what, I was not to open it again till morning. I asked why, of course. The first few times I asked, people just smiled and said it was tradition, that the old hall had its ways, that I'd get used to it. But when I pushed a little harder with an older man named Gil, who'd stopped by with a casserole, he stopped smiling. He looked at me for a moment, and then he said something that stuck with me. He said, "You lock those doors at sundown, and you leave them locked. You don't open them for anyone. You don't open them for anything you hear on the other side. Do that, and you'll do just fine here. Folks who don't follow that rule don't tend to last." Then he handed me the casserole, told me to enjoy it, and left. That night I locked the main hall before dark, exactly like I'd been told, and I went back to my little apartment and ate my casserole, and told myself these were just superstitious country people with a quirky local custom, and that as long as I played along and did my job, everything would be fine. For the first few weeks it was. I settled into the work, and the work itself was easy. My days were simple. I'd sweep and mop the main hall, wipe down the long tables, keep the kitchen clean, fix whatever needed fixing, and set up chairs whenever the town had some event planned. Esther Falls used that hall for everything. Council meetings, potlucks, a Sunday gathering that wasn't quite church but felt close to it, birthday parties for the kids. During the daylight hours, the place was warm and busy and completely ordinary, full of people and noise and the smell of whatever was cooking in the kitchen. I liked it. For the first time in a long while, I felt like I belonged somewhere. And every evening, as the sun started to drop behind the hills, I did my one job. I walked through the main hall, checked that all the windows were latched, and I locked the big double doors at the front with the heavy old key they'd given me. Then I went back to my apartment in the rear of the building, which had its own separate entrance to the outside, and I stayed there until morning. I never had a reason to go back into the main hall at night. Why would I? My little apartment had everything I needed. A bed, a bathroom, a hot plate, a small television that got 2 channels. So the rule was easy to follow because following it never actually cost me anything. Until the night I heard the piano. There was an old upright piano in the main hall, pushed against the far wall. It was badly out of tune, and half the town's kids liked to bang on it during events, so I knew its sound well. And one night, maybe 6 weeks into my time there, I was lying in bed in my apartment when I heard it playing. Not banging, playing. Someone on the other side of the wall in the locked and empty main hall was picking out a slow, simple melody, one note at a time, in the dark. My first thought was completely rational. Somebody was in there. A kid, maybe, who'd hidden inside before I locked up, or someone who'd gotten in through a window I'd missed. So I got up, and I pulled on my clothes, and I walked to the door that connected my apartment to the main hall, and I put my hand on the knob to go check. And then Gil's words came back to me. "You don't open them for anything you hear on the other side." I stood there with my hand on that knob, and I listened. The piano kept playing, that same slow little tune, over and over. And the longer I listened, the more something about it started to bother me in a way I couldn't explain. It wasn't the fact that someone was playing. It was the way they were playing. Each note came at exactly the same interval as the last, perfectly even, perfectly spaced, with no life to it at all. No person plays like that. When a person plays a piano, even badly, there's a human rhythm to it. Little pauses and rushes, the sound of someone thinking. This was mechanical. Each note landed precisely on time, like a machine, or like something imitating the idea of music without understanding what music was for. I took my hand off the knob. I went back to my bed, and I sat on the edge of it. And I listened to that even, patient, tuneless melody play on the other side of the wall for what must have been an hour. And then, sometime after that, it stopped, and the rest of the night was silent. And in the morning, when I unlocked the main hall and went in, everything was exactly as I'd left it. The piano was closed. There was no sign anyone had been inside. The dust on the lid of that old upright, which nobody ever bothered to clean, was undisturbed. Nobody had touched it in days. I didn't tell anyone about it. I told myself I'd dreamed it, or half-dreamed it. That strange in-between state where you think you're awake, but you're not. That explanation held up for about a week. Then it happened again. And this time, I was fully awake, sitting up watching my little television, when the piano started its slow, even playing in the locked room next to me. And this time, it wasn't alone. Underneath the piano, so faint I had to turn the television off to be sure I was hearing it, there were footsteps. Someone walking slowly back and forth across the main hall floor. I knew that floor. I mopped it every day. I knew exactly how the old boards groaned under weight. And I was hearing them groan now, one slow step after another, pacing the length of the empty hall in the dark while the piano played its lifeless little tune. I sat frozen in my chair, and then the footsteps stopped. They stopped right on the other side of the door that connected my apartment to the hall. Close. Right there. And the piano kept playing on its own across the room, which meant whoever had been walking was not the one at the keys, which meant there were at least two of them in there, and one of them was now standing directly on the other side of my door in the dark, not moving, not making a sound. I did not open the door. I turned off every light in my apartment, and I got into my bed, and I pulled the blanket up like a child, and I lay there in the dark, barely breathing, staring at that door, waiting to see if the knob would turn. It didn't. But I lay awake until the sun came up, and I never once heard the footsteps walk away. The next morning, I went looking for answers. I found Marge, the council head who'd hired me, at the general store, and I asked her straight out what happened in that hall at night. I'd expected her to brush me off with the tradition line like everyone else. She didn't. She got very still, and she asked me quietly whether I'd opened the doors. When I told her no, that I'd followed the rule, the relief on her face was so plain and so deep that it frightened me more than anything I'd heard through the wall. She let out a breath she seemed to have been holding, and she put her hand on my arm and told me I was a good boy, that I'd done exactly right, and that as long as I kept doing exactly right, no harm would come to me. I told her that wasn't good enough. I told her I deserved to know what I was locking in there every night. And she looked around the store to make sure we were alone. And then she told me the story of Esther Falls, or at least the piece of it she was willing to give me. She said the town was very old, older than the record showed, and that a long time ago something had come to the valley. She wouldn't say what, and I got the sense she didn't have a word for it herself, that nobody did, that it was the kind of thing you couldn't name because naming it meant understanding it, and nobody understood it. She said it lived in the hall, not all the time. During the day, when the town filled the building with life and light and noise, it went quiet, dormant, gone from the sense of the place entirely. But at night, when the hall emptied and darkened, it woke up, and it wanted, more than anything, to get out. The doors were the only thing that held it, not because they were strong, but because of some old agreement the town's founders had made, the terms of which she either didn't know or wouldn't tell me. As long as the doors stayed locked from sundown to sunrise, the thing stayed inside, and the town stayed safe, and everyone went on with their lives. But if the doors were ever opened at night, even for a moment, even by accident, it would come out. And when it came out, someone always paid for it. That was why they needed a caretaker who lived alone, with no family nearby and no visitors. Because the thing was clever, she said. It couldn't turn the lock or break the door itself, but it could make you want to open it. It could use sounds. It could use voices. It had spent longer than anyone could count learning exactly what a lonely person wants to hear. And it would play those sounds through the door all night long, trying to find the one that would make you reach for that lock. A caretaker with people they loved was a caretaker with a weakness the thing could imitate. A caretaker who was truly alone had nothing it could use. That's why the interview had been the way it was. That's why Marge had asked about my family, my visitors, whether I liked to keep to myself. She hadn't been looking for someone reliable. She'd been looking for someone with no one. Someone whose loneliness was a wall the thing couldn't climb, because there was no beloved voice in my past for it to steal and play back to me in the dark. I asked her what happened to the caretaker before me, and her face closed up. And she said only that he'd been a good man, and that he'd lasted almost 2 years, and that one night he'd made a mistake. She wouldn't say what the mistake was, but she told me that after it happened, 3 people in town had died in their sleep that same week, all of them old, all of them peaceful, all of them found in the morning with their eyes open and a look on their faces that the town's doctor had no explanation for. And the hall had gone quiet again after that, satisfied, and they'd started looking for a new caretaker. Me. I should have quit right then. Any sane person would have gotten in their car and driven out of that valley and never looked back. But I want to be honest about why I didn't, because it's the part of this that I'm least proud of. I stayed because I had nowhere else to go. I had no family, no money, no other prospects, a mountain of debt, and a free place to live with a paycheck attached. The thing in the hall had been chosen for me because I was alone, and it was my own loneliness that kept me from leaving. And I understand now that those were the same fact wearing 2 different faces. Esther Falls didn't just need a person with no one. It needed a person with no one who also had nowhere better to be. I fit that perfectly. That's the real horror of it, I think, looking back. I wasn't trapped there by the thing in the hall. I was trapped there by my own life. And the thing was just taking advantage of a door that was already shut. So I stayed. And for a while, I got better at it. I learned to sleep with the television on to drown out the sounds. I learned not to listen too closely to the footsteps, the piano, the other noises that started to come through the wall as the weeks went on. Scratching, something being dragged, and eventually voices, because Marge had been wrong about one thing. She said the thing had nothing of mine to use because I was alone. But everyone has someone, somewhere, in their past. And the thing was patient, and it kept looking. The voices started small. At first, it was just murmuring through the wall at night, too low to make out, blended in with the footsteps and the piano and all the other sounds that had become a horrible sort of normal to me by then. I kept the television loud, and I did my best not to listen, and for a while the murmuring stayed nothing more than that. A low sound in the dark I could almost pretend not to notice. Then one night I turned the television off by accident, reaching for something in the dark, and in the sudden quiet I heard the voice clearly for the first time. It was calling a name. My name. But not the way anyone in Esther Falls said it. The people here called me Reed, plain and simple. This voice was saying, "Reed, honey," in a soft, worn, familiar way that stopped my heart in my chest, because there was only one person in my whole life who had ever called me that, and she had been dead for 9 years. It was my grandmother's voice, the woman who'd raised me after my parents were gone, the only person who had ever really loved me, the one whose death was the reason I'd ended up so completely alone in the world. I would have known that voice anywhere. It was exactly hers, the exact softness of it, the exact way she stretched out that little word, honey, at the end. And it was on the other side of my door in the dark, calling me to come open it. I understand now what had happened. The thing had spent all those weeks listening to me, learning me. It had gone digging through whatever a person like me is made of, the memories and the wants and the old grief, and it had finally found the one voice that could reach through my loneliness and grab me by the heart. It had found the deepest, oldest wall inside me, and it had learned to climb it. Marge had been wrong. There is no such thing as a person with no one. There is only a person whose someone is buried deep enough that it takes a while to dig them up. I want to tell you it was easy to ignore. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, because it didn't just say my name. It talked to me. It said the things she used to say when I was small and scared, the exact things, comforts I had not heard in 9 years and had never told a living soul. It told me it was cold out there, and it just wanted to come in and sit with me. It told me it had missed me so much. It told me it was so tired and so lonely, and it just needed me to open the door just for a minute, just to see my face one more time. And every word of it was in her voice, perfect and warm and real, and every word of it was a lie built out of a thing that had learned to sound like the only love I'd ever had. I lay in my bed with my hands pressed over my ears and tears running down my face, and I did not open the door. I said out loud, over and over, "You're not her. You're not her. She's gone." And the voice on the other side of the door went quiet for a long moment when I said that. And then it did something that I still cannot think about without going cold all over. It started to cry. In her voice, it began to weep, soft and heartbroken. Exactly the way I remembered her crying at my grandfather's funeral when I was a boy. And between the sobs, it said, "Reed, honey, why won't you let me in? I'm so cold out here. Don't you love me anymore?" And I swear to you, some part of me, some deep animal part that was 9 years old and grieving all over again, wanted more than anything in the world to get up and turn that lock and let her in. My hand actually moved. I caught myself sitting up in the dark with my feet on the floor, halfway to standing, my whole body being pulled toward that door by a grief the thing had spent weeks learning how to use. What saved me was a small thing, a stupid, ordinary detail. In the middle of all that perfect imitation, the voice slipped. It said my name again, "Reed, honey," but it put the emphasis in the wrong place, just slightly, in a way my grandmother never once did in all the years she raised me. It was tiny. Anyone else would have missed it. But I had heard that woman say that word 10,000 times, and this was not how she said it. And in that one small wrong note, the whole illusion cracked open. And what I heard underneath it, just for an instant, was not a voice at all. It was something pretending to have a voice. Something reading the idea of grief off of me and playing it back without understanding a single thing about what it meant. And that broke the spell. I pulled my feet back up into the bed. I said in a steady voice this time, "You don't even know how she said it." And the crying stopped. All at once, like a switch had been thrown. And the warmth went out of the thing on the other side of the door completely. And what was left was just a presence, cold and patient and waiting, that stood there in the dark for the rest of the night without making another sound. In the morning, the hall was quiet and ordinary, and the sun came through the windows, and I sat in my little apartment shaking and hollow, and I knew two things for certain. I knew that I could not stay in Esther Falls because the thing had found my wall now, and it would only get better at climbing it. And sooner or later, on some night when I was weak or tired or too sad to fight, it would say her name exactly right. And I knew that leaving was not going to be as simple as getting in my car and driving away, because the town needed a caretaker. And I finally understood what happened to the ones who tried to leave. I started planning to leave quietly. That was my mistake, thinking I could be clever about it. I figured if I told Marge or anyone on the council that I wanted out, they'd find a way to stop me. The same way they'd found a way to keep me in the dark about everything until it was too late. So I decided I'd just go. I'd pack my things, wait for a day when the town was busy with one of its events, and slip out during all the noise and be over the hills before anyone noticed the hall had no caretaker. I spent about a week getting ready, and during that week I started paying closer attention to the town, really watching them instead of just moving through my days, and I began to notice things I'd been too scared and too grateful to see before. I noticed how old everyone in Esther Falls was. There were almost no young people. A handful of children, a few folks in their middle years, and then a great many old ones, far more old ones than a town that size should have. I noticed how they watched me now, ever since I'd started asking questions, with a careful attention that never quite became unfriendly, but never felt warm anymore either. And I noticed, most of all, that the general store was the only place in town that ever seemed to get deliveries, and that no road out of the valley ever seemed to have any traffic on it but mine coming in. The night before I meant to leave, Gil came to see me, the old man who'd first told me the rule. He came to my apartment door, the outside one, the one that led to the world instead of the hall, and he sat down heavy in my one good chair, and he looked at me for a long time before he spoke. And then he told me the last piece of it, the piece Marge had left out. He told me the thing in the hall didn't just want to get out. He said that was the surface of it, the part they told new caretakers. The truth underneath was that the thing had to be fed. The old agreement the founders made all those years ago wasn't just about keeping the doors locked. It was about what the town gave the thing in exchange for staying inside those doors and not spilling out into the whole valley. And what it took, slowly, quietly, over the years, was the town itself. That was why everyone was so old. The thing had been feeding on Esther Falls for generations, taking a little life from the place year after year, and the town had shrunk and aged and emptied under it. And the young ones had mostly died or vanished long ago, and what was left was a handful of old people, keeping a very old promise because they were too frightened of what would happen if they stopped. The caretaker, Gil said, wasn't there to protect the town from the thing. The caretaker was there to be the thing's closest meal, the one it worked on first, the one whose loneliness and grief it fed on all night long, night after night, wearing them down, drawing them in, until finally, one night, they opened the door, and then the thing took them fully, and it was satisfied for a good while after, and the town got to rest. And then they found a new caretaker, someone alone, someone with nowhere to go, and it started again. The caretaker before me had lasted almost 2 years. The one before him, less. I'd made it just a few months, but I'd made it further into understanding the truth than most. And Gil said that was why he'd come. Because he liked me. And because he wanted to tell me that there was no quiet leaving from Esther Falls. The town would not simply let its caretaker walk away and leave the thing hungry and unfed, because a hungry thing didn't stay behind its doors. A hungry thing came for everyone, and they would do whatever they had to do to keep that from happening. Then he stood up, and he put his hand on my shoulder, and he said he was sorry. And he told me he'd leave the front doors of the hall unlocked that night. He said it would be easier that way. Quicker, kinder than what the others had planned. And then he left. And I heard him tell someone waiting outside that it was done. And I heard several sets of footsteps walk away into the dark. I didn't wait to find out what the others had planned. I went out my apartment window that same hour, on foot, with nothing but the clothes I was wearing, and I went up over the hills in the dark, away from the road, away from the town. And I walked all night through the woods with the sound of Esther Falls somewhere behind me. And near dawn, from the top of a ridge, I looked back down into the valley one last time. The hall was lit up, every window of it glowing in the dark, and the whole town was gathered around it, all of them, the old ones and the few young ones, standing in a wide circle in the dark facing the building, silent, waiting. And the front doors of the hall were standing wide open, because Gil had unlocked them like he said he would. But their caretaker had run. There was no one inside for the thing to take. And a thing that has been promised a meal and finds the plate empty does not simply go back to sleep. I did not stay to watch what came out of those open doors, or what it did to the people standing in that circle who had kept it fed for so long and had nothing left to give it now but themselves. I turned and I went down the far side of the ridge, and I kept walking until I found a road. And a road led to a highway, and a highway led me back into the ordinary world. And I never went back, and I never will. I looked for Esther Falls on a map once, a few years later, when I finally felt brave enough. It isn't on any map. I found the county it should have been in, and I found the valley. And there's nothing marked there at all. No town, no road. Nothing but empty green hills. I don't know if that means the town was always too small to record, or if it means that after that night, there was no longer anything left in that valley to put on a map. I've decided I don't want to know, but I still don't sleep well. And on the nights when the grief comes back the way it does, when I miss my grandmother the most, sometimes in that soft place between waking and sleeping, I think I hear a voice, very far away, calling me honey. And I know it isn't real. I know it's just my own tired mind, an old sorrow, and a memory of a thing that learned to sound like the only love I ever had. At least, that's what I tell myself. And I keep the light on, and I never, ever answer it. Story 3. People always ask me why I don't drive at night anymore. I usually just say I'm tired, or that my eyes aren't what they used to be, and they nod and let it go. But that's not the real reason. The real reason is a stretch of road outside a town called Delcourt, and something that happened to me on it when I was 24 years old. I spent a lot of years not talking about it. I figure it's time I did. Let me back up and give you the setup because it matters. I drove a delivery route for a living back then. Not the big brown truck kind of delivery. Nothing that official. I worked for a regional outfit that moved parts and supplies between little towns that were too small and too far out for the national companies to bother with. Auto parts, medical supplies, restaurant stuff, that kind of thing. My job was to load up my van in the morning and spend the whole day looping through the back country, hitting one tiny town after another, and getting home by dark. Most days, I managed that just fine. Delcourt was the last stop on my Tuesday and Friday route. It sat way out at the far end of the county, past all the other towns, past the point where the radio stations turn to static, and your phone stops finding any bars. To get there, you had to take a county road that ran for about 11 miles through nothing but empty fields and dark clumps of woods, with no houses and no lights the entire way. 11 miles of pure nothing, and then Delcourt at the end of it, a town so small it made the other towns on my route look like cities. I'd been running that route for almost a year, and Delcourt always gave me a strange feeling I couldn't put my finger on. It wasn't anything you could point to. The people were polite enough. The town looked normal, a couple of streets, a little store, some houses. But there was a heaviness to the place, a quietness that felt less like peace and more like everybody was keeping their voice down on purpose, like the whole town was listening for something. The one thing I did notice, plain as day, was that Delcourt emptied out early. By the time I made my last drop, usually around 5 or 6 in the evening, the streets were already dead. No kids out playing. No one walking a dog. No cars moving. Every house had its curtains pulled shut and its porch light off, and I mean every single one, like the whole town had agreed to go dark at the same time. I used to joke to myself that Delcourt had the earliest bedtime in America. The guy I usually delivered to was named Wade. He ran the little parts counter at the town's only garage, and he was a decent enough man. Quiet, maybe 50, with the kind of weathered face you get from a hard life outdoors. He'd sign for his boxes and give me a nod, and that was about it. We weren't friends. But one Friday in the fall, as I was setting his order down on the counter, he said something to me out of nowhere that I've never forgotten. He looked at the clock on the wall, and then he looked at me, and he said, "You'll want to be off that county road before full dark, son. Don't dawdle getting out of here." I asked him why, half joking, and I said something like, "The deer get bad out there?" And he didn't smile. He just kept looking at me with this flat, serious expression, and he said, "Just get yourself gone before dark. And if you're out there and you see somebody standing on the side of the road, you keep driving. Don't slow down. Don't look too long. You just keep going and you don't stop for anything." Then he signed his slip and turned away and went into the back, and that was the end of the conversation. I stood there for a second, not knowing what to make of it. Part of me wanted to laugh it off as some old country superstition, the kind of thing folks in remote towns like to spook outsiders with. But there was something in the way he said it, something in how flat and certain his voice was, that took the humor right out of it. He wasn't messing with me. He believed what he was telling me all the way down. I got in my van. I looked at my own clock. It was later than I'd realized, already past 6, and the sun was getting low and orange over the fields. and that 11-mile county road stretched out ahead of me in the dimming light, the only way back toward home. I told myself Wade was just being a strange old man. I told myself there was nothing out there but deer and darkness and my own imagination. And I pulled out onto that road and started driving. I've regretted a lot of things in my life. Not turning around right then and waiting for morning is near the top of the list. For the first couple of miles, nothing was wrong. I want to be fair about that because it would be easy to make it sound like the dread hit me the second I left town. It didn't. At first, it was just a normal drive down a normal country road at the end of a long workday. I had the radio on, or I tried to, but it was already fading into that scratchy static you get out there. So I turned it off and drove in the quiet. The fields on either side were going gray as the last of the daylight drained out of the sky. It was peaceful, honestly, for about 2 miles. Then the sun finished setting, and the dark came down hard and complete the way it only does out in the country, where there's not a single light for miles to push against it. And that's when the feeling started. It came on slow. First, it was just a mild uneasiness, the kind you can talk yourself out of. My headlights only reached so far ahead, and past that reach was pure black, and I found myself gripping the wheel a little tighter than I needed to. I told myself it was just the dark, just being alone out in the middle of nowhere, the same thing anybody would feel. I turned the radio back on for company, even though it was all static, just to have some human noise in the van. It didn't help much. Around the 4th mile, I saw the first one. Up ahead, on the right shoulder of the road, my headlights caught the shape of a person standing there, just standing, facing the road at the very edge where my light met the dark. My first thought was that somebody's car had broken down, that they needed help, and my foot actually started to come off the gas out of pure reflex. Then Wade's words came back to me all at once. If you see somebody standing on the side of the road, you keep driving. Don't slow down, don't stop for anything. So I kept my foot where it was and I drove past. I told myself I wouldn't look. But you always look, don't you? As I passed, I turned my head, just for a second, just to see. It was a man, an ordinary-looking man in ordinary clothes, standing very still with his arms down at his sides. And in the half-second, my headlights washed over him. I saw that he was already turned toward me, already watching my van, his head tracking me as I went by. His face didn't have any expression on it at all. It wasn't angry or scared or hurt. It was just blank, completely blank, like a person who's forgotten they're supposed to have a face. I faced forward again and pressed the gas a little harder and told my heart to slow down. Somebody walking home in the dark, I said to myself. Rural people do that. It doesn't mean anything. But my hands were sweating on the wheel now, and I couldn't shake the picture of that empty face turning to follow me. A mile later, I saw the next one. This one was on the left shoulder, standing the exact same way, arms down, facing the road, perfectly still. And as my headlights swept across, its head turned to track me, smooth and slow, the same as the first. I didn't slow down. I didn't look as long this time, but I saw enough to know it was doing the same thing, watching me pass with that same blank nothing where a face should be. And then there was another one, and then another after that. They started coming more often the deeper into that road I got. Every half mile, then every quarter mile, then closer than that. Always alone, always standing right at the edge of my headlight's reach, always facing the road, always turning their heads to follow my van as I went by. Men and women both. Different clothes, different sizes. But all of them with that same stillness, that same blank patience, like they'd been standing out there in the dark for a very long time and could stand there a very long time more, waiting. And I understood in a way I couldn't have explained that they were waiting for a car to stop. I did not stop. I kept my eyes forward as much as I could stand to. I kept both hands locked on the wheel. And I drove, telling myself over and over, 5 more miles, 4 more miles, just get to the highway, just get off this road. That's when I noticed the thing that made real fear set in, the cold kind that goes all the way down. I noticed that they were getting closer to the road. The first ones had been way back on the shoulders, standing off in the grass at the very edge of my light. But the further I went, the closer to the pavement they stood. Now they were right at the white line. Now they were close enough that I could have reached out my window and touched them as I passed. And their heads didn't just turn to follow me anymore. Now, as I came up on each one, I could see them lean toward the road as I approached, tilting forward from the waist, like they were being pulled toward the van by something they couldn't resist, reaching for it without moving their feet. I remember doing the math in my head, and the math was bad. If they kept getting closer to the road with every mile, then somewhere up ahead, they'd be standing in it. And I did not want to find out what happened when I reached the part of the road where they were finally standing in my way. I checked my clock. I still had at least 4 miles to go, and the fields on either side of me were full of them now, more than I could count, standing in the dark just past my headlights, all of them facing the road, all of them waiting. The empty land I'd driven through 100 times wasn't empty at all. It had never been empty. It had just been dark enough to hide them. I had the accelerator pressed nearly to the floor by then. My van wasn't built for speed. It was a work vehicle loaded down with empty crates and shelving, but I pushed it as hard as it would go down that narrow road, watching the white lines fly under me and trying not to look at the shoulders. The figures kept coming. If anything, they were thicker now, standing closer together so that in places they made an almost solid wall of bodies on both sides of me, all facing inward toward the pavement, all leaning as I passed like grass bending in a wind that only touched them. I want to describe the quiet, because the quiet was part of the horror. You'd think a road lined with people would have some sound to it. Voices, movement, something. But there was nothing. Not a single one of them made a sound. They didn't call out to me. They didn't try to wave me down or step into the road to block me. They just stood there in complete silence and watched me go by and leaned toward the van with that terrible patience. And the only sound in the whole world was my own engine straining and my own breath coming fast and shallow in the dark. Then my headlights started to flicker. I need you to understand what that did to me. Out there, those 2 beams of light were the only thing standing between me and the dark was full of them. And the second my headlights stuttered, I felt my whole body go cold. They dimmed, came back, dimmed again. The van's engine hitched at the same time, a little stumble in the rhythm of it, and my heart just about stopped. Because I absolutely knew, that if that van died out there on that road, in the dark, surrounded by those silent leaning figures, that would be the end of me. Whatever they were waiting for, a stopped car was the thing that would give it to them. I talked to that van like it was a living thing. I begged it. I said, please, please not here. Just get me to the highway. And whether it was the van hearing me or just a loose wire settling back into place, the headlights steadied and the engine smoothed out, and I kept going. 2 miles left. Then the figures changed what they were doing. Up ahead in my headlights, I saw one of them do something none of the others had done. It stepped out. It walked out of the crowd on the shoulder and moved into the road itself, into my lane. And it stopped there in the middle of the pavement, directly in my path, facing me, arms down at its sides, that blank, empty face pointed right at my windshield, standing in the road, waiting for me to hit it, or to swerve, or to stop. I want to tell you I made some brave, calculated decision in that moment. The truth is, I didn't decide anything. My body just refused to lift off the gas. Every instinct I had was screaming that stopping was death, that swerving off the road into the crowd of them was death, that the only thing that wasn't death was to keep going straight and fast, no matter what was standing in the way. So I gripped the wheel and I locked my eyes on the road past the figure, and I did not slow down. I braced for the impact. I braced to feel my van hit a human body at 50 miles an hour. The impact never came. At the last possible second, right as my headlights filled with the sight of it, the figure was simply gone. Not knocked aside. Not swerved around. Gone. Like it had never been there at all, like it had been made of the same dark it was standing in, and my headlights had finally reached it, and it just came apart. I felt nothing hit the van. I heard nothing. One instant, there was a person standing in my lane, and the next instant, the road ahead was empty, and I was driving through the space where it had been. I didn't have time to be relieved, because now they were all doing it. All along the road ahead of me, figures were stepping out of the crowds on the shoulders and moving into my lane, one after another, forming up in the road in front of me like they meant to make a line I couldn't pass. And each time I bore down on one, the same thing happened. At the last second, it came apart into nothing, and I passed through the empty space where it had stood, feeling no impact, hearing no sound. But it was happening so fast now, so many of them stepping out so close together, that my headlights were flickering constantly from the strain, and my nerves were shot, and I was fighting the urge with everything I had to slam on the brakes just to make it stop. That was the thing I understood in that moment, the thing that saved my life, I think. They couldn't make me stop. They didn't have the power to reach into my van and take the wheel or throw themselves under it or force me off the road. All they could do was stand there and lean and wait and put themselves in my path, hoping I'd lose my nerve and hit the brakes myself. The whole thing, the empty faces, the closing distance, the bodies in the road, all of it was designed to do one single thing, to make me stop the car. And Wade had known that. Don't slow down. Don't stop for anything. That was the only rule. And it was the only rule that mattered, because the second I stopped, whatever couldn't reach me while I was moving would finally be able to reach me while I was still. 1 mile left. I could see it now, way up ahead. The faint glow where the county road met the state highway. A real light, an electric light. The first one I'd seen in 11 miles. I fixed my eyes on it like it was the last good thing in the world, and I drove toward it, and I did not stop for anything. That last mile was the longest mile of my life. The glow of the highway up ahead never seemed to get any closer, no matter how hard I pushed the van. It just hung there in the distance, this little smudge of orange light, while all around me the figures kept pouring out into the road. There were so many now that the pavement ahead looked crowded with them, a whole moving forest of blank-faced people stepping into my path and coming apart at the last second, over and over, so fast that my headlights were strobing from the constant flicker, and my eyes could barely make sense of what they were seeing. And then, close to the end, the worst thing happened. The thing I still see when I close my eyes some nights. One of them didn't come apart. I was bearing down on a figure in my lane, same as all the others, braced for it to dissolve into nothing the way every single one before it had. But this one held. My headlights hit it full on, and it stayed solid, stayed real. And in the half second before I reached it, I saw its face, and it was not blank like the others. It had a face. It was Wade, the man from the parts counter, the one who'd warned me. He was standing in the middle of that road in my headlights with his mouth open, like he was trying to say something, and his eyes were wide and full of a fear so raw and so human that it hit me harder than anything else had that whole night, because those figures didn't have fear in them. They didn't have anything in them, but this one did. This one was terrified. I didn't stop. God help me, I didn't stop. Every part of me wanted to. Seeing his face, seeing him standing there so scared. But by then, I understood the rule too well. I understood that the whole game was to make me stop. And I just knew, that if this thing had put on a face, I recognized then it was because the blank faces hadn't worked, and it was trying something new. So I kept my foot down, and I drove straight at him with my hands shaking on the wheel, and at the last instant, the same as all the rest, he came apart into nothing, and I passed through the empty dark where he'd been. I found out later that the real Wade was home in his bed, that whole night, safe, asleep, alive. He'd never been anywhere near that road. Whatever wore his face out there had pulled it from somewhere. From my own memory, maybe, because it was the last strong human connection I'd had before I drove into that dark. It used what I knew. It used the one person who'd tried to help me, and it turned him into bait. I've never been able to forgive it for that, if you can even hold a grudge against a thing like that. Then, all at once, I was out. The van shot off the end of the county road and out onto the state highway, into the light of a single tall street lamp standing over the intersection. And the second my tires hit that lit pavement, it was like crossing a line drawn on the ground. The flickering stopped. My headlights steadied and burned bright and clean. And when I looked in my mirrors, the road behind me was empty. Just an ordinary, dark country road stretching back into the night. No figures, no crowd, no leaning shapes on the shoulders. Nothing. Like there had never been a single soul out there but me. I didn't stop even then. I couldn't. I drove another 10 miles down that highway, through actual towns with actual lights, past gas stations and houses and other cars with real people in them. And only when I was good and surrounded by ordinary human life did I finally pull into a truck stop and put the van in park and let go of the wheel. My hands were locked into the shape of it. I had to physically pry my own fingers loose. I sat there in that bright parking lot, under the buzzing lot lights for close to an hour, not able to move, not able to think, just breathing and shaking and staring at nothing. I never drove that route again. I called my boss the next morning and quit on the spot. No notice. And when he asked me why I couldn't give him an answer that made any sense, I just told him I was done. He wasn't happy about it, but there was no amount of money that would have put me back on that county road after dark. And there was no way to explain that to a man sitting in a bright office in the daylight. But here's the part that I've never been able to leave alone. The part that keeps the whole thing from ever really being over. A few weeks after it happened, once I could think about it without shaking, I started trying to find out what that road was, whether anyone else had ever seen what I saw. And I found out something about Delcourt that I hadn't known when I was driving through it twice a week for a year, delivering boxes and joking about the early bedtime. I found out why the whole town went dark before nightfall, why every curtain was drawn and every porch light was off and every street was empty by 6 in the evening. It wasn't a habit. It wasn't small-town quiet. It was a rule. The people of Delcourt knew exactly what came out on that road after dark, and they had built their entire lives around never, ever being on it, or even looking at it once the sun went down. They pulled their curtains so they wouldn't have to see it. They stayed inside so it couldn't call to them. They'd been doing it for generations. And an outsider like me, running a delivery route, joking about their bedtime, I'd been driving straight through the middle of it twice a week, without the slightest idea. Wade had tried to warn me. He'd broken their unspoken rule about talking to outsiders just to give me those few words at the counter. Get gone before dark. Don't stop for anything. He'd risked something to tell me that. And I almost hadn't listened. I moved away from that whole part of the country within the year. I told myself it was for work, for a fresh start, all the normal reasons a person gives. The real reason was that I couldn't stand living within 100 miles of that road anymore. I wanted mountains between me and Delcourt. I wanted cities, crowds, noise, light. I built a life around being surrounded by people, and for a long time it worked. The memory faded to the point where I could almost believe I'd imagined it, that I'd been overtired and spooked, and my mind had filled the dark with things that weren't there. Almost. But there was one detail I couldn't explain away, no matter how hard I tried. And it's the reason I still don't drive at night. And it's the reason I'm telling you all of this now instead of taking it to my grave the way I always planned to. When I finally got home that night, hours late, still shaking, I pulled into my own driveway under my own porch light, and I sat there a while before I could make myself go inside. And when I finally got out and walked around to the side of my van to check it, to see if I'd hit anything after all, to reassure myself that it was all in my head, I found something. There were handprints on the van, dozens of them, all over the passenger side and the back doors, pressed flat against the metal and the glass, small ones and large ones, all of them facing inward like they'd been pushing to get in. And they weren't on the outside of the van. They were on the inside of the windows, on the inside of the glass, pressed against it from within, from the cargo area behind me, from the empty space I'd been carrying the whole way down that road, facing out toward the dark, reaching, the way those figures had reached from the shoulders. Except these had been reaching from inside the van with me the entire time. I never told anybody that. Who would believe it? I cleaned the van myself the next day with shaking hands, wiped every print off that glass, and I quit before I ever had to open those cargo doors on a dark road again. And I told myself, the way you do, that it was over, that I'd gotten out, that whatever it was back on that road 11 miles outside Delcourt, and it couldn't reach me here in my bright, loud, crowded new life. I believed that for almost 20 years. Then, about 6 months ago, I started noticing something on my evening walks. I take a walk every night after dinner. Always have. Always on well-lit streets in a busy neighborhood. Because after that night on the county road, I never got comfortable with the dark again. And lately, on those walks, I've started seeing people standing off at the edges, at the far end of a street where the lamplight runs out, in the dark mouth of an alley, on the shoulder of the road where my headlights would end if I were driving, just standing, facing me, arms down at their sides, perfectly still. And when I get closer, they're gone. And I tell myself it was a shadow, a trick of the light, an old man's tired eyes. But there are more of them every week, and they're getting closer to the light. Last night, there was one standing under the street lamp directly across from my house when I came home, right under it, in the full glow of it, close enough that I could see it plain. It had a blank face, empty. Nothing where a face should be. And as I stood frozen on my own front step, it did something none of them ever did back on that road. It lifted one hand, slow, and it pointed at my van in the driveway. The same van. I never got rid of it. I could never bring myself to open those cargo doors and clean it out all the way, so it's just sat in my driveway all these years, doors shut, and I've never once looked inside. I understand now what I didn't understand back then. I didn't get away from that road. Nobody gets away. The people of Delcourt figured that out generations ago. And that's the real reason they pull their curtains and kill their lights and stay inside after dark. It was never about staying off the road. It's about the fact that once it's seen you, once you've driven through it, and it's had a good long look at your face, it never stops coming. It just takes its time. It's patient. The way they were all patient out there on the shoulders. It'll wait 20 years. It'll wait 50. It doesn't matter to a thing like that. It just keeps getting a little closer to the light, night after night, until the night it finally reaches it. And I know now the way you sometimes just know things. What's been sitting behind me in that van all this time? What's been waiting in the dark of that cargo hold for 20 years, doors shut? While I told myself I'd gotten away. I can hear the doors starting to work themselves open out there right now as I finish typing this. Slow, quiet, from the inside. So if you ever find yourself driving a dark road outside a town that goes to sleep too early, and you see somebody standing on the shoulder, please, whatever you do, don't slow down. Don't look too long, and don't ever, ever stop. Because it isn't waiting for a ride. It's waiting to come home with you.
Thank you for watching, and what do you think about that stories? I hope you enjoy and see you on the next video. Bye.